Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. It is 6:31. This school committee may seek to convene an open session and recess to executive session for discussion and or action regarding those items of business exempt from open meetings under Rhode Island General Law 4246-4 and A, discussion action, negotiations, Council 94, Rhode Island General Law 4246-5A2, and B, discussion action, personnel jobs performance superintendent evaluation, general law, Rhode Island General Law 4246-5A1. Individuals have been notified, including the right to have any discussion held in open session.
I'll make a motion to recess to executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I've got the wrong agenda pulled up. I think I've got the right one now. All right. There is no A, it's just A should read discussion action, personnel job performance superintendent evaluation. Rhode Island General Law 42-465A1. Individuals have been notified, including the right to have any discussion held in open session. There is no scheduled discussion on Council 94 negotiations. No, you got to do it again.
So I'll make a motion to recess into executive session.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank
Again.
you.
Probably on tour, but that was searching my car for the document that we were working on last week.
So, James, I think somebody got wind of the fact we were causing trouble. They're separating us.
Doing something.
They're doing something. I think that we caused too much trouble.
Down the line. Just gonna-
All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is 7:01. We'll do roll call. Stuart Lander. Brad Shear,
Here.
Kate Massanati,
Here.
Michelle Brousseau.
Yeah.
Paula Whitford.
Yeah.
James Residiaville
Here.
and Carol Vetter here. And stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session?
I'll make a motion to seal the minutes of the executive session.
Second,
All those in favor?
I,
Aye.
Thank you. The minutes have been sealed. There were no votes taken in executive session. We will now have comments from the community. Okay. So please state your name. Yes, yeah.
Yes. I'm Melissa Robb. I'm with Enrich RI. So I am a homeschool advocate, and you have received an email from both Enrich RI and Wright about the homeschool policy that is on the agenda. We have some concerns, which hopefully we explained very clearly. A few months ago, maybe not a few months ago, maybe more like 4 or 5 months ago, we had a meeting with Dan that was wonderful, very, very positive. We left the meeting feeling that we understood the administration's concerns, and we felt that we were heard also. So fast forward to the policy committee meeting. There were 2, and we had a representative there. She was from Wright. She's the legislative director, and she left the meetings feeling also very positive, that there was support for the homeschoolers, that her concerns were heard, and there may have been some conversations that were a little confusing, but for the most part, she felt it was a positive situation. So when we got the draft of the policy, we were kind of surprised. And you've seen my concerns, our concerns. And some is, I think, language that isn't precise, and other is just flat out concerns. Rhode Island is already a high regulation state. We are considered one of 4 high regulation states in the country. At the other end, there are 11 states that are no regulation. Literally, you do not tell anybody that you're homeschooling. And then there's everything in between. A lot of states are one-time reporting, like one time you might report to the state level and say, hey, I'm going to homeschool my kid. And that's the end of the conversation. You never talk to anybody again. So there's everything in between, but we are one of 4 high regulation states. So anything that adds to what we've been doing for many decades sort of is a concern for us. We're hoping that we never have to go deal with new legislation on a statewide level. It's not something we feel like doing. It's a lot of effort. And hopefully it's not anything that a school district feels they need to do either. So you've heard our concerns. Hopefully it makes sense what we said. And I'm hoping that first read will not pass tonight, that instead it can go back to the policy committee. Having 2 conversations already at the policy committee, I know is a lot. Having another one would be a lot, but I think there needs to be a little bit more conversation. And so that's what we're hoping for. And anytime somebody wants to talk to us about homeschooling, we're very happy to do that. We feel that there is a positive vibe in this district. When military families are talking to me about where to move, I don't have to say to them, don't go to South Kingston. There aren't many places I tell them not to go to, but you know, I don't know. This seems to have been a smooth process for a long time. So we're kind of surprised at some of this language that we're seeing. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a clarifying statement to our board? I was not aware of the email that she was referring to.
I
because
think it might have gone to spam.
It
if I
ended up
didn't
in my
get mine.
spam, and I just found it just now. So
Yeah.
I apologize for not responding to you. And if other
That's good
people
to know.
didn't,
Thank
yeah,
you.
because I was like, what is she talking about?
Thank you. We sent 2.
Yep, I got
Okay,
2. I
fabulous.
just spotted them there in our,
Oh,
they're in
thank
our
you so
spam
much.
filter.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks.
So thank you for
Yeah.
coming though tonight and telling us, because I would have missed it too. Yeah, thanks. All right, with that, we will close, unless somebody else wants to speak. We will close public comment. All right. Next up is the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, the consent agenda passes. Next, we'll move right on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. So we have a few standard items in this week's report, as well as 2 that I'm 2 new items, some of which I'm hoping to make a reoccurring report for while they are in play in the district and across the state, and hopefully we'll get to report on updates on another. So next slide, please. So the 2 typical items that we have are personnel as well as enrollment. I then would like to briefly just go over survey works participation rates to date, because at our last meeting, Mr. Seeger had gone into the importance of that, as well as our community outreach efforts. And so I just wanted to keep you abreast of that, as well as some excitement regarding the Learn 365 grant that most recently the state has opened up regarding the Math Matters programming. So next slide, please. So here we have our since the last update 2 weeks ago, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome back both a assistant football coach that is before you, as well as welcome back one of our coaches, Cameron Chadwick, as well as welcome to the district our new assistant boys track coach, Adam McKenna, as well as Ashley Stetton as head boys volleyball coach. Welcome, and we look forward to watching our student athletes' success in the upcoming seasons. Next slide, please. Oh, of course. Well, I don't want to, I'm going to save it for the report. However, there's obviously one acknowledgement of resignation on this agenda item. However, it is also something that we will hear directly from. But since I've now brought it up, oh well. So I will take this moment to share my deep appreciation and recognition of 6 years of service by Mr. Brian Mahoney, our Director of Facilities and Transportation, who has utilized this experience to go on to different pastures, although it's not so much different pasture as it is like a field across the street. But again, we accept his resignation with mixed emotions. He has been a rock for this community, for this school bond, for the children, for faculty, staff, his own. And based on the short time that I've been here, I know him to be irreplaceable. So I can only imagine what those who have worked with him over the past 6 years must be feeling. So I certainly wish him and his family the best and thank him for all of his service, as well as looking forward to his report later on. Next slide, please. Could you go back one more? I'm sorry. Could you go back one more? My apologies. So here is our enrollment tracker. Again, one of the pieces that we'll be referring to both in our past, or you've seen in our past budget presentations, as well as in future ones, is that one of the successes so far this school year has been relative stability, not only of our administration and of our teaching and learning faculty and staff, but really in terms of really of our enrollment. We are staying around this, this 220, or excuse me, this 210, 2,200 mark for those who are with us here. And so while we have some fluctuations, we're not seeing wild shifts. We're not seeing mass exodus. And so again, I think that's something that is not something that we've experienced lately. And so, I'd like to thank all of the families as well as our faculty and staff who are helping to make this stability possible and having our amazing students stick with us. Next slide, please. On a larger snapshot, I bring this as part of the enrollment report. I had brought this to you, I believe, in January when folks were asking for a little bit different view of some of our enrollment factors. I bring this forward before you tonight because it too is relatively consistent for this school year. However, we will be making mention to most of these factors and these students that we are responsible for, even though they may not be within the district. So even though they might not be in the seats in our schools in the district, we do have financial obligations, either completely or partially, for the students that are referred to on this slide. And that would be those who are on alternative learning plans seeking their GED, students who have as part of their IEP are in our transition program at the Hazard Building, who have not yet reached the age of 22 or have not fully graduated from their program. We have out-of-district placements, again, on most of those IEP services that cannot be fulfilled with the services offered in the district. The out-of-district services are students who have IEPs but attend private schools based on their family's choice. However, in order to ensure FAPE or free and appropriate public education, those special ed services are still given through the district. Out of district CTE obviously gets most of the attention, as does the charter school. And then our out of district state school are just that state schools run by the state of Rhode Island. And then our total of in-district residency of 2,205. The reason why that is 5 off, I'll remind the committee from the previous slide, is because the previous slide in that enrollment accounts for 5 out-of-district students who are coming into us. And that's why there's the discrepancy between those numbers. And so for our total current enrollment of who we are responsible for, whether they are in the district schools or attending private schools in the district or are outside of the district, we are responsible for the education of 2,508 students total as of this report. Before I move on, are there any questions?
On that particular clarification, we're still responsible for those 5. We're just not financially responsible.
Correct. Yep. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we're
I just want to make sure
responsible.
that that's clear.
We're responsible
responsible
to
for
give
it,
them
yeah.
FAPE because they are paying us. to.
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
One question on the receiving services, as relates to homeschoolers. I think we talked about, that homeschoolers would need to have IEPs, the IEP would follow them. I was wondering, are those students in this number, or these are just students who are going to, other private schools, not homeschool?
The vast majority, I don't have it broken down. We do now ask, at least in terms of if a student has an IEP, we do work with Dr. Carson's office to make sure that services, that the IEP, that if services are still needed and required, because there is a process to go through. I don't have this data disaggregated by that. However, it is entirely possible that a student homeschools and still may choose to elect, receive special education services, in which case they should be reflected on here. Next slide, please. So survey works. I would like to take this as an opportunity to thank the to-date responses by our families, our principals, and teachers are in the process of putting that out to students in the various schools at the appropriate grade levels, as well as giving our faculty and staff feedback as well. I do want to bring this forward, though, because this is going to be an area of priority, because so much of our school improvement teams at each school relies on survey works data to make sure that our N number for parent and community responses is statistically significant. We're really making an effort with this. And not only do thanks go out to our building administrators, but also Mr. Lonergan and Mr. Seeger, who are coordinating the district's efforts to get these up. So we are still not at our total from last year. However, we are trending in the right direction. Again, we did not, we're trying to set up a limited window where we're doing this push of about a month so that we don't become negative messaging, like enough already, we got it, as well as inundating people who have already taken this and getting them to change their minds about how they feel. However, again, whether it be, the calendar survey, whether it be the Q1 survey, something, we are here to serve our community. And because, we do rely, and in terms of public feedback or coming to public meetings, surveys are obviously a key component to that. But because we use survey works again in school improvement teams, as well as in our federal grants to justify using certain data points, making sure that, again, that N size is statistically significant and that we're hearing from all stakeholders is an important piece. I would especially, though, like to also take this as an opportunity to congratulate or commend South Kingstown High School for their effort. Their total last year was 41. And so when I put this together or tried to get the most recent data and I didn't do it today. So as of yesterday morning, they were already at 110 for families. That's the type of growth and feedback that we're looking to see, and I deserve special mention, and as well as a little motivator maybe for some of our other schools, families out there to give that feedback as well.
So there's a by when date on this, correct?
Well, there is in that what our concerted effort will be, will end, and we might end that preliminarily because RIDE does tend to say, oh, we've now extended another week or 2 weeks. So we've got about a month window in which we're going to make a concerted effort so that if we aren't hitting statistically significant, we can make that push again.
Could you,
So,
what would that
I'll-
number be?
So, well, in terms of that, we would want to make sure that we're hearing from families that we'd like to aim for at least 20% of our families is what we would like to get, where in that case, we also then can break down in terms of Survey Works does, if assuming people do report certain identifying or demographic characteristics, we can continue to break that down, but just to make sure that we have enough from all stakeholders. But ideally, I will always shoot minimally. I try to shoot for 10% on quick surveys on something this depth that, again, we use for federal funding and use for next year's plans, as well as monitoring success or the need to pivot. I'd like to get it somewhere around at least 20%.
Can we give a Kit Kat bar to everybody who does it now?
Well, the students are with families, students are a little bit easier. And in some cases, sometimes faculty, if, faculty and staff meeting time is used for this. Students have advisories or captive audiences, and there is a somewhat of a thou shalt. We don't have that locus of control. So again, our appeal to the community, as well as our thanks for participation. Okay, next slide. So the Learn 365 update is actually a mini update, and I'm pleased to see some of our partners out in the audience here lending that support. But I wanted to make the community aware of our most recent endeavor and attempt for collaboration regarding the state's newly released Math Matters application that is eligible for a Learn 365 grant. This is also an important consideration given our proposed FY26 that does not include elementary to middle summer programming. Here is an opportunity where community partnership, we may be able to look to, if successful, would be leveraging grant opportunities to provide some sort of enrichment paired with academics for members of our community that if unfortunately we are unable to support due to budget decisions and at the state and local level and federal level, that we would consider to or continue to pursue all available avenues for what our students need. So we do have on our current preliminary application, the Johnny Cake Center in partnership with the town of South Kingstown. Town Manager Manny has signed off on this, and I'm pleased to say that I have also been able to sign off on the preliminary application. Continuing what is known as skills or South Kingstown's year-long learning supports that do go on year-round, both and outside of traditional school hours. What is being proposed is a 4-week math enrichment summer program where we would look to close the math achievement gap for grades 4 through 7, up to 50 students who would have, if they have a PMP or a personal mathematics plan that says they're in need of remediation. That's the first group. And the design would be, again, creating math-related opportunities that it's not just, okay, we're going to now teach you, we're going to engage in hands-on activities. We're going to look at math. We're going to use manipulatives. We're going to use a variety of differentiated projects and activities and really focus in the morning on that, closing that gap and on those foundational skills. and thinking about mathematics in new and exciting ways. And then in the afternoon, have further enrichment activities that align with what we should all be doing a little bit every day, regardless of whether it's summer, but have some opportunity to engage with peers in a fun and productive manner. That would be occurring in this preliminary application, or the thinking is that would be happening Monday through Thursday. And then on Friday, there would be a out of district field trip. On all days, transportation is also busing would be included, as well as access to healthy food and snacks. So that is the overview of what is being proposed based on that preliminary application. I don't have a timeline off the top of my head right now, but if that preliminary application gets feedback, yes, tell us more. We will further engage in that, and I will keep the committee abreast of that, as well as look forward to providing another more comprehensive Learn 365 review of all of the programming that occurs year-round at another date. And so if there are no further questions, or if there are no questions, that concludes my report.
Just one question. The 365 Learn grant, that's a state grant?
Yes, that is a state grant that was just announced, I believe, 3 weeks ago by the governor and the commissioner of education with new funding opportunities, and framed around the Mathematics Matters initiative.
Thank you. Any other questions?
This is just an add-on to the existing Learn 365, correct?
Yes, this would be, to my knowledge, which every year would be dependent upon funding of continuation of existing services. This is in this would be a new endeavor using new funds, not previously dedicated specifically towards the mathematics. In terms of funding for existing and previously run programs, I do not have a report at this time onto the status of those funds.
Right, because the existing one is being used currently for the reading. Correct.
So this would be in addition, not in place of our existing, to my knowledge. More,
Thank
not
you.
less.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to accept the superintendent report?
I'll make a motion to accept the superintendent's report.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. Thank you. That will move us to school committee business 6A, facilities update.
Hi, Brian Mahoney. Nice to meet you all. I'm the current interim facilities director, parent in the district. Yeah, I do. And I told Ryan Borden when I do leave here on the 21st that I'm joining the PTO in West Kingston to stay connected and to really give him a hard time up there, even though he's doing an amazing job. As long as you got good topics on the agenda, I would love to show up to some more meetings. The ones that are kind of boring, then, I'll stay home for those. But so I'm going to do a facilities update for you guys on all our buildings and where we're currently at. District-wide, our new handheld radios arrived. I want to give a shout out to Lance Whaley from the town alarm department and radio department. He programmed every single radio for us. It was over 100 radios and 10 base stations, which are a bigger version of a radio that'll go in each school and administration in my current office. He programmed by hand every single one. So he really spent a lot of hours doing that for us to save the district money. The capital side, it would have been, I forget off the top of my head, but over $1,000 to have the company program it. So I really appreciate Lance Whaley for doing that. On the energy management side, we're currently shopping the rates, still the electricity. I believe still there's gonna be a favorable rate for our next contract, but our next contract is not due until the end of November. So we still have time to lock that in. We're also working on the HVAC computer upgrade. Rhode Island Energy did change some of its incentive programs, so we're looking at slightly modified version of what we had in place for that upgrade. And we're working with I wrote free on here just so it wouldn't come across improper, but we have a free consulting company who does all of our RI energy programs for us. They will come do all the building layouts, keep up on all the current trends, and then bring to us any programs that RI Energy has. So we're currently looking at solar, building envelope, and any other cost savings projects they possibly have for South Kingstown. Unfortunately, building envelope, which is the seals around your building and keeping them airtight, Rhode Island Energy does not provide a lot of money for that because it doesn't save a lot on heating and electrical costs, to where they'll do lighting projects at a significant reduction for a school department or municipality because it is a direct cost saving and energy saving. To start with the school facility report, Matunic. Happy to announce, I guess, the new playground will be going in over April vacation in the back of Matunic. And they will be the first school to get the new radios. Their radios are they have a few that have broken, and they have a few students who have one-to-one TAs that need the radios. So starting on Thursday, they'll be the first rollout and the first test group for the new radio systems. The roof leak that is at Matunic has had a temporary fix by our emergency roofing vendor, and the specialized vendor should be here with the weather getting better by the end of the month. We were looking at next week to have them out, but it's going to rain 3 days as of now next week. But if the rain holds off, I'm hopeful they'll be out next week to do the specialized testing, the roof. Peacedale Elementary, the water claim that we had back in December is almost fully completed. Operations are back to normal for the most part, and we have ordered items through the school and the insurance carrier that were damaged in the process. So we're just waiting on some tables, some desks, some teaching materials, and that's currently in process. And the new HVAC units that we got from capital planning on Peacedale, I can report are working great. Even though the principal's office is a little too hot, and he might eventually complain to you guys about that, but the rest of the building is running great. I'm gonna get a little cheesy. West Kingston, it's currently the best school in the district because my 2 daughters are there. So West Kingston's the best. The playground has been a hit, and we're working on refurbishing the rest of the equipment, such as the tire swing area and the swing sets out in the front. Heating issues are continuing there, but not to where we were last year. Last year, a lot of our funds went into West Kingston because we had a lot of failures because the system is from 1974. So replacing those parts, you can't just put modern parts in there, and repairs are pretty costly. But this year, we've had the normal, I would say, amount of heating repairs at West Kingston. And similar to Matunic, because they're sister schools, they have a similar roof leak that has been repaired recently in the specialized company, should be out by the end of the month. Broad Rock Middle School, the new boiler that we got on Capitol is fully certified through the town and the state and is running very well. Our new AC is going to the server room on Monday. I'd report that's been down for a while. We had some temporary workarounds, but to keep the servers and all the equipment cool, you need proper ventilation and air conditioning. So that will be installed on Monday and operating by Tuesday. One of the updates for you is that the HVAC has started to become a concern at Broad Rock. We're at 23 years, am I math correct? 24 years on those rooftops. And the rooftop units along the front of the building are all identical. There's 6 units up there. So they're all starting to show the same wear and tear and same kind of replacements, heating elements inside of them that are all starting to slowly break within a month or 2 of each other. So we have been repairing those, but looking forward into capital, that'll be something that we'll have to start looking at. We also have some electrical issues at Broad Rock, and RI Energy is out there with modern equipment now. It doesn't affect the day-to-day operations. It's usually when we get a power outage or a power spike, it's interfering with the way our motors operate, so that we have to bring in an outside company to get the motors started back up when they should just fire up automatically. But RI Energy is out there monitoring it. They have specialized equipment on the transformers and on the generator to diagnose it for us at no cost to the school department this time. The high school, we are replacing 2 pumps on the heating system that take care of the auditorium, gymnasium, and that wing of the building, and also the hot water for that side of the building. These are necessary for the operations. One thing I wanted to bring up to you is we are starting to see increases in plumbing issues due to age, due to things students like to throw into the plumbing systems, like vape cartridges or any kind of debris. So we have seen an uptick in plumbing costs at this building. And we are working with our specialists through the building project to do on-site reviews and anything that Studio Jade, Left Field, and the specialists they've hired have done at the high school, testing and taking aerial shots of the property. So we've just been actively doing that here and at Curtis Corner. Go to Curtis Corner next. Very similar to what I just discussed, just on-site testing. And one of the really cool uses we had last week was the CTE program, the firefighter program from here. Went and spent a day over at Curtis Corner doing projects, using the building, going in and out, using their equipment in like a real life simulation. There was no controlled burn. There was no real fire. There was no doors broken either. That was the one thing. I didn't let them break any doors. So once the building's coming down, they can go and smash the doors. Wakefield School, a lot of the items went up on Gov Deals. That is closing this week. And I've had discussions with the superintendent and CFO about after everything is off Gov Deals, getting anything else purchased out. And then our next plan for donation, public use. And then if nothing is taken, removing it. And I've also, this week, I'm meeting with the town facilities director to walk the building, start giving him some keys, a layout of the building, kind of that, and show him how the boiler functions and the day-to-day operations of Wakefield Elementary. The admin building, just a quick update on that one. Another similar Broad Rock due to age. The HVAC equipment has become very old at admin, so that will be one in the future that some of the units on there will be replaced. There's 4 units at admin. Really going deep here. The Columbia Street garage down here, which is our old maintenance shop. I have no status change for that, so we're good there. And then my maintenance shop, the town facilities maintenance shop. It's gonna get really confusing. Mark Russo, who runs the facilities department for the town, has been using one of our bays because one of their buildings is currently down that they run their facilities department out of. And I'm happy to report that with the help of their department and my staff, we've actually renovated the whole back garage of my maintenance department, which for about 20 years was filled with clutter. Newick, who does a lot of the military contracts, had, I guess, donated lockers, or we had picked up free lockers from them probably 20, 25 years ago. They were sitting there, they were rusty, they had sharp edges. There's about 20 lockers that served no purpose. So we got rid of everything like that, make the building more efficient, safe, and organized. So when the next person does step in, they will be coming to a very organized shop where all the tools are laid out properly, everything's safely hung, belts are in the right locations. And it's really helped our day-to-day operations with working with them to, have the manpower to go through every item, make sure it's in the right spot. So anybody have any questions or? Okay, thanks.
So I just want to say thank you for all your years of service. I'm glad you live in the district. Well, I'm sure run into you at parades and all those other wonderful things around town, but I wish you all the luck. Wherever you're going, they are lucky to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your years of service. We did definitely appreciate it. I did have one question on Wakefield Elementary, because I feel like we talked about this before, is coming off our books, and I'm just curious what the timeline is, because I want to get that turned over to the town as soon as we possibly can.
So procurement wise, doing the Gov Deals was the biggest item. It should move pretty rapidly from there. And I'm going to continue to work with the superintendent CFO to sit with the calendar and say, Gov Deals close this day. Either things were bought or not. They have, I think it's 3 days to pick it up, and then go from there of a disbursement plan, essentially.
So we can't move the items that are in there now and then sell them, or?
We could, unfortunately, we don't have a box truck.
Right.
There's some items in there that might, other school departments or local charities or entities might want to come take. There's board games, 3 stacks, 4 stacks of board games, you know, that are 4 feet tall across. There's items we could move, but the bigger, heavier, bulkier things, it would, you know, hopefully get purchased, is how I look at it. There's drills and, I mean, full standing, you know, 800-pound drills that were in the old car shop tire changing machines that are pretty heavy duty. So to move, they could in theory be moved again, but
In Wakefield?
in Wakefield. Yep. So the whole former auto body shop ended up being stored at Wakefield when we
Oh, okay.
renovated it 3 years ago.
I see the items are moved.
So
there.
that machinery, unfortunately, is there. So that's the bigger, heavier items. There's 50 or 60 desks, 10 to 12 teachers' desks that are not, we don't need them in the district anymore. And we're hopeful those are the items that sell. Again, being the bigger, bulkier items that, you know, hopefully somebody else will use, but we're hoping they sell on gov deals.
Do you, I mean, I know you probably can't predict the future, but do you think we could potentially turn it over by the end of the school year? So we don't have
Oh,
any,
100%.
Okay,
Say
thank you.
but yeah, and one side, so if you look at the building, the whole right side of the building is cleared out. It's just the old classroom wing that does have a book room, chairs room, 6 or 7 of the rooms have certain items, but they are stored in desks only in one room. So if someone does buy all the desks, they can go right out the doors, load a truck and take it away, which is our hope.
I'd just like to say, and I don't know you very well. I'm the new kid on the block, but thank you for your service.
Thank you.
That's many years of intellectual property that's walking out the door. And I'm happy to hear that you are on the PTO and will be at least physically close by, and hopefully if we need to make a call that you'll pick up.
And as I related to you and the superintendent and everyone everyone will have access to me. I will always
Right.
answer an email or a phone call. If it's 6 months from now, some historical knowledge and I happen to have it. I'm not the brightest bulb, I swear, but if I have any way to help, I'm more than
You've
happy.
always sounded brilliant, especially at the town council meetings.
Thank you.
I also just want to thank you for all your time here and let you know that I was just sending a message to the president of the West Kingston PTO, who I think you know, to make sure she's aware of how much time you're planning to invest in the organization. So she'll be in touch with you, I'm sure, very soon.
Thank you. Thank you. I
You're
appreciate that.
welcome. Yeah.
Sir, I'm so happy for you and your family. I know your girls watch these meetings and I want them to understand that nobody's mad at you. We all will miss you dearly. You have been my left-hand man for now going on 7 years, really. We joined this train at the same time. We've navigated through a lot with the various building committee iterations, we'll call them, where we are right now, specifically with the school building project that we have going right now, would not have happened without you. You towed me and my husband around this town on a float. The fact that I showed up at a parade, never mind was in one, speaks loads to you and your adorable little girl who rode shotgun. We will miss you dearly. I know where you live and I know your in-laws, but all kidding aside, you've been a true asset to our community, to this district. Your knowledge will be missed, even though I know we have access to you. You will be missed. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney.
Thank you.
I literally don't know how we're gonna function without you,
AI.
but yeah.
There you go. Where's Dorald? AI Dorald.
But I wish you the best in your future endeavors, and I know your wife and your girls will get more of your time than we've been able to give them. And no, we're not angry with you. we are thrilled for your prospects and hurting for the loss. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all. And again, reach out anytime, please. Sorry, I cut you off, Paula.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes.
you for your time here, Brian. I want you to know that you are going to be missed. Especially in the meetings, giving your facility updates and being able to answer the questions such as, are we gonna be able to hand over Whitefield School on time? Giving us those updates on those playgrounds, which would not have happened if not for you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you for putting all that time and effort into making sure that those playgrounds got up and running for our students here, and I'm sure they do as well.
Yep.
And I look forward to seeing you around town because I do often see you around town. So, although I miss you here, I won't miss you out there. I look forward to running into you out there.
Definitely.
Good
Thank you,
luck on
everybody.
your new
Appreciate it.
journey.
Thank you so much.
All right, that will bring us to 6B, discussion fiscal year 2026 budget presentation for the March 13th, 2025 joint budget meeting with the town council. Brian.
Tough act to follow. I'm not going anywhere, so. Was it? That sounds great. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So this presentation before you tonight is based on the original presentation and budget adoption from February 11th with some additional feedback from the budget subcommittee last week. Sorry. So we've tried to tailor the presentation based on that feedback from the budget subcommittee as well as towards town council and citizens of South Kingstown, we'll say, to provide the most comprehensive budget presentation we could put together here. So this will be a tag team effort between Superintendent Pedraza and myself. Basically, just kind of want to give you the highlights of this. A lot of this is redundant. You've seen a lot of this before. We do have scheduled intermissions, but it's primarily for Thursday's audience. So please feel free to jump in. So looking at our agenda here, slide 2, it's a little bit longer than the last time you saw it. So some key changes basically are just adding in some of our current school year successes. And then we're going to explain the budget process that we went through, how we developed our actual budget, which was what you saw back in February as well. We added some additional enrollment data and then an additional slide on fund balance, basically. Those are the key changes for the most part, but the sequence is similar to what you have already seen. So moving to slide 3, looking at our bottom line up front here. Essentially, to do this school year next year, you've already heard this, it's an additional $2.4 million. That's based on what we anticipate in lost revenue and increased expenses. So we reduced the budget by roughly 1.6 million, tried to reduce that remaining shortfall. Our strategy was to ask the town for an additional $500,000 to the property tax transfer and also to shift $309,000 in expenses. I do have the detail on those expenses later on in this presentation, so you'll see that itemized. So the total impact to the town is $809,000. General fund budget, 0.04% increase and 2.5% decrease across all funds for fiscal 26. Pretty straightforward there. Next slide, slide 4. So building on some of the school year 24 and 25 successes, basically just want to, this is the condensed version of our strength slide from the February presentation. Just want to show everybody what's going on. And this is why we want to do this school year next year. It's kind of the philosophy, right? If we have all of these wonderful things going on, let's try to duplicate that and replicate that next year. So a lot of data in here, a lot of information that you have already seen in some form, but just wanted to show it to you again. All right, slide 5, looking at the budget process. So breaking down our process here, we started with, the proposition of how do we do this school year next year under next year's fiscal constraints. Again, listing our assumptions, right? We have our contractual increases, we have our enrollment projections, and then we have our state aid projections as well. All of that is what helped us build next year's budget. Essentially no changes here, just tried to clarify some data points that were a little bit confusing. So, specifically looking at out of districts, right? We're holding that enrollment number flat for next year. So current year, fiscal 25, anticipating the same number of students, fiscal 26. And then the federal aid, we're expecting those allocations potentially to go down. All of that is completely up in the air. We're really not sure how that's going to land. Just preparing for that to be less than the current year. Good. Okay. Slide 6. All right. So the results of the process, we got again $2.4 million increase for next year. So we had to find some significant reductions, which came on the salaries and benefits side primarily to the tune of almost $1.5 million. We also reduced some equipment, software and professional development at $75,000. So the total costs are just over $1.5 million, which equates to 16.8 full-time equivalents. You'll see that data on another slide as well. That leaves the remaining shortfall of just over 800,000. Next slide.
The one
Oh,
piece
sure,
that
sure. Yep.
I just want to bring up here too is that this is also, I'd like to make clear to anybody in the public. I know it's clear here, but we never present option 1 that was presented to you was never ask the town for 2.4 million, 2.5. That was never an option. Again, this was part of an exercise. We are, we know the fiscal and enrollment and constraints that we all have to live by, whether that be because legally or because of part of the culture or historically. And those core values that we talked about in our initial presentations about being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars ring true. And, not responding to enrollment, not responding to fiscal challenges was never an option that was considered or presented. And so the other piece of that is, because we have a history now of these reductions, they can become numbers. And these are, yes, while these are numbers, these are people. These are real people. These are not proposed positions, with the exception of one that we would be reducing in order to reorganize to save current positions and current people. These are not hypotheticals. These are not things that we've created in next year's budget ask that don't exist. And while 1.5 is not a million, it is not a easy thing to get to. And I just want to make clear to the community and for those who this is not indicative of anybody's performance. Any of these positions, it is not performance or based. It is strictly a fiscal accounting of these positions, and definitely not what they bring or have brought to the organization and what the organization ultimately will need to move forward. So this is an important slide because it also occurs across the organization. There is no bargaining unit or employee sector that is not, there's not a school that is not contributing to help us try and get to what has historically been level funding. And this is, we have made a good faith effort to get there, knowing the real and fiscal realities that we are facing. So my thanks to everyone to go through. And again, unfortunately, when we are dealing with trying to get to cuts in the millions, we can't get there with paper, pencils, and even iPads. When we're dealing with that large of number, that is people and programs. And that's what we're maxed out at. And hence this slide and why we're bringing those forward to the public's attention.
Appreciate you sharing that, because unless you as a person has ever been on one side or the other of this type of situation, it's humans, it's families, it's people who live in our community. It's people who've educated people who've lived in our community and continue to. So I appreciate you clarifying that, especially the point that we never asked for 2.4 million out of the gate. I do hope that you share those same sentiments when we go in on Thursday. I don't typically speak for the body, but I'm pretty certain when I say all of us would support you in making that statement loud and clear on Thursday.
So this is, as of right now, this is our presentation for leading into the 13th. It's obviously very dense, thick, and in some cases now with the agenda that was posted, it does not address some of the things that wish to be discussed, as we were not presented with some of those and what to prepare or what, we'll be prepared the best we can. But in terms of incorporating that into this presentation is something we can't do. But in terms of narrowing this down or making sure the feedback from this committee, because ultimately this is presenting the why and the how behind the budget that you have formally adopted. So, our hope is that ultimately, while we will be presenting, it is helping to speak for this body. And so it's for something to, outside of you saying, well, we should maybe consider trimming everything here, will be included and is open for feedback, and it's expected as of right now to be included.
Very good. Okay, we'll move to slide 7. All right, with the remaining shortfall, how do we balance the budget? So our strategy was essentially first to request an additional $500,000 from the town, and second to shift what we'll call shared services expenses to the town. So here you have the itemized list. Starting at the top, we have the school resource officers, which we split with the town 50-50. You have the crossing guards, which to my knowledge, we pay 100%. And then we have field maintenance expenses, which to my knowledge is for the Parks and Recreation team to maintain the athletic fields at Curtis Corner. I do believe they do some field maintenance at the high school. Brian could correct me. And then we have the vision tax software that we paid this year $31,679 for. And then we have shared computer services, we're calling it, which is 20% of the IT manager's salary and benefits, because that individual manages the accounting system back end, essentially, the tech support for our accounting system. So the total there is $309,830. Total impact together, $809,000. The additional $500,000 would increase the maintenance of effort. The $300,000 would not. That's an important point as well.
And that was definitely considered, and for folks who may be just turning in and who didn't see that original presentation, that the thinking of that in addition to the maintenance of effort was also about, whose employees these are and whose, for lack of a better word, I might be on my bingo card, but that locus of control of, who do they report to? None of those folks report to the school department. While we have conversations with people and interact, we do not supervise, we do not evaluate. And so as such, shifting those services over, this was not a, hey, let's see what we can find. Additionally, for anybody just tuning in, this is not a list of what we believe should be eliminated. This is not a call for the schools to stop paying or that we do not need these things. So the schools are not proposing getting rid of school resources officers and crossing guards, just so it's certain things don't get put out there or misunderstood as we go a little bit quickly through this presentation. But so if anybody's watching in advance, these are not recommended eliminations. These are necessary components, but again, that do not live within the school department's oversight.
However, they are shared expenses that come out of our allocation every year.
Yes. So
Which
part,
makes no sense.
yes, the property track, the tax transfer essentially comes over to us so that we can give it back to them for this house or this, whatever it may be.
Understand.
I want to call special attention to one of the line items, the tax software. All of the others, you could sell me on it. Justifiable, the tax software, completely absurd. It is the vision appraisal software that is used by the town assessors department at nationwide. It's a nationwide service. It's not even just South Kingstown, but it's a service that is used by our community. If you get your tax assessment, you look it up in vision appraisal. This is the tool, and we're paying $31,000 a year for this tool. Not quite sure why. I know Steve Alfred put it into effect years ago. So multiply it by how many years, but it's not something specific that the school district uses or needs, like, so if I'm
It's
gonna
a
try to
non-
be nice,
It's
but
a non-core expense.
if we're gonna get nickel and dimed on our side, I'm nickel and diming on that one because it's absurd. It's absolutely $31,679 taken out of our students' education.
I guess I have a problem with how they allocate. A lot of it seems arbitrary. Why should we pay 20% of the whole IT director when we use less than half of the accounting system? And that's only one thing that director does. Why is it 20%? Maybe 5%. You know, I mean, I think we could go into like how they're apportioning this to us and we're overpaying. So again, the field maintenance, we don't use the Frisbee golf course, but yet we're paying a share to maintain it. All of those things, I think, are a fair ask. We want to pay our fair share of shared services, but we've been overpaying for years. And I just think that now's the time for them to come to the table and rework these numbers into a better allocation method. And the tax software, 100% theirs.
I agree with the sentiments of both Ms. Massananti and Chair Vetter. I did want to note the difference between the 832 you had on the previous slide and the 809 on this slide. I don't know if you're going to describe that discrepancy somewhere else.
That's a good catch. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, the total reduction, we did get there. Yeah, I did have to reduce some other things. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good catch.
Yeah, it's about 21.
Yep.
20,000.
True. Yep. Which I did find in supplies. You're right.
Okay.
Now that, as you say that, that's right. So the total cuts really, we could add to bullet point 2, equipment, software, professional development, and supplies to make that the 809.
Yeah, I just like when the
That's a
numbers
good
add up.
catch. It's a great catch. Yeah,
All right.
definitely. Thank you, James.
I don't need to repeat it. I absolutely second, third, fourth, whatever, what Ms. Vetter and Ms. Massananti said about the tax software and what Ms. Vetter said about the computer services. It's time to step up to the plate.
Very good. Good feedback. All right, slide 8. All right, so based on the budget that we've built, here are the primary differences between the current school year, current fiscal year, and next year. You know, summer program, we basically just have high school credit recovery. We do have ESY as well. But we don't have the Summer Learning Academy. We don't have the wraparound camps through the YMCA or the Boys and Girls Clubs. Those are paid for with ESSER this year. On the programming and staffing side, right, we have everything required by the BEP. We're continuing everything except for one program. I don't necessarily want to read these off to you. You all can read, but things it doesn't provide, right? We're not reducing class sizes. If anything, we're going the other direction, getting closer to contractual maximums. Some elective offerings, and we're really not adding anything new, any new initiatives. That's basically the summary of this slide.
Yep. So again, it's close. We're trying to recreate it, but when you lose that many people potentially from the organization and there are going to be less offerings, there are going to be larger class sizes, there's going to be the potential for less lunch recess supervision, less curricular support with high quality curriculum materials, less building support for our administrators to cover one another or to have other administrators go to provide additional coverage if it were needed. So but again, the core programming of what we do every day is foundationally the same within legal and contractual limits. But there will be changes required.
Sorry. Just clarification for myself. And probably for the public as well. What we're seeing here in regards to this difference between FY 25 and 26 is that these programs are going to be here this summer, but next summer we will not have the funding for that. Is that what we're looking at?
This summer, we will only have credit recovery in ESY.
Yep, ESY is required for the special education in order to provide FAPE. So we will continue to provide ESY. And then currently budgeted is for high school credit recovery due to the importance of our graduation rates. Or due to the loss of federal funds, primarily ESSER dollars, we are unable to continue to fund a systemic elementary through middle and high school summer programming. So here it's not necessarily about cuts. It's about the loss of funding that paid for those programs, and that in order to recreate the school year, we are sacrificing or we are not asking for as much during the summer. And so while we're offering some, we are not offering all, and that is a big programmatic shift from year to year. That is, I want to be transparent about in this budget.
So
Additionally, that's also why in my report, going after some of those other grant and other opportunities is something that, regardless of what happens in our budget process, that we'll always do.
So to continue on what Ms. Whitford said, because the fiscal year actually ends June 30th, this program is part of next year's budget. Do I have that? Am I wrapping my head
Correct.
around that correctly?
That's right.
Okay. And I think the 365 learns, if that grant is approved, that will lessen the impact of not having to some extent,
Yeah.
lessen the impact of not having the summer learning academy for the kids that are not part of ESY.
Correct. In that it would not be so while it would be a partnership, it would not be, and that we may be utilizing some of our faculty and staff who wish to participate. Should it be approved, it is not the district that is running Learn 365. It's that community endeavor. We sign off on it in that we are in partnership, and we will all work to close those achievement gaps and provide those enrichment opportunities. But those funds are not directed towards any LEA.
I realize that. Thank you for the extra clarification, Mr. Garza. Thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick.
Have one thing I want to make clear in this slide here is that this is where we stand with the ask of 500,000 and the transfer of the shared services to the town budget. This is not saying if we get that, we can bring something back. This is just where we're going to be if we get that. And if we don't get that, we're going to have to maybe look at even going further deeper into the cuts of.
Correct. This
programs.
is FY 26 provides all of those things. It does not provide any new programs. It does not initiate any new staff. It does not provide any new or initiatives, and it does not provide for summer learning for middle and elementary.
Yeah, so yeah, just to be clear, this is not like.
Yep.
Because I know we've been
Yep.
accused of like scare tactics with programs before. This is just where we are. If we get the money, it's not going to, the 500,000, it's not like these things are going to come back.
Correct. So unless we were to get more than what we've asked for, there's nothing that would be added that, we're not proposing putting anything back. So if we get the level funding, or excuse me, the funding that we've requested, if we get that, we still do not have summer programming for elementary and middle. We would still be seeking other avenues for that. It would not bring back, getting the funding that we've requested does not bring back any of the aforementioned positions that were in the $1.5 million of cuts.
Very good. Slide 9, which is our first intermission, but I think we'll just move past that unless there are any other questions on anything we've heard. Very good. Slide 10, transitioning into our discussion of enrollment. So just adding some further color, we'll say, to the enrollment discussion. I just want to drive the point home that we're fiscally responsible for the students listed in the next 2 slides that you'll see. So we have in-district students who are actually enrolled and attending South Kingstown schools. And we have students enrolled in other public schools of choice, CTE programs, charter schools, state schools, things of that nature. We are financially responsible for all of those students. You have your various categories here. Again, your CTE program, your charter schools, students with IEPs who are outplaced, and also students experiencing homelessness. We are responsible for students in all these categories to some degree financially. So if we move to slide 11, this is our in-district enrollment trend going back to 2017 and 18. You'll notice the consistent decrease in enrollment or in school. From 23 to 24, we have that 5.7% decrease. Looking at 24, the rollover from 24 to 25, we're anticipating about a 1.9% decrease, give or take. At the bottom, this is just the table above in chart form. You can kind of see visually how the trend has gone, essentially. Any questions on what we see here?
Question, because it seems like the assumption for the number change is quite a bit different.
Optimistic,
It's,
you might say.
yeah, that's one word for it.
Yeah, our assumption was basically just let's roll over the current year next year, see what that looks like.
Just have a quick question. It's obvious that the major part of the decrease in enrollment is the high school. And do you know which year the CTEs started where they had that choice?
It's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head.
So I'm sure you're good. The next slide's going to show where we're going, but that's just, I'm curious because I think that when that started is probably when this shift in our high school started as well. But I don't know which year that would be.
I want to say it was 2015, but
Yeah, it started coming to
2017.
fruition, yeah, with Commissioner Wagner.
Yep, 2017, they designed a new state accountability system. So that was 2017, 2018 is when it was able to,
Yeah, so
you were able to go to other schools and
and prior to that, you could go, so prior to Commissioner Wagner and the system that is currently in place, there were regional CTEs. And again, it was not, so everybody kind of accepted their regional one and supported those systems and sent students to those. After which it then became well, I'm just going to say it became for some, it became a way of to implement school choice through CTE programs. And because you now had schools competing with one another, creating CTE programs in order to not have people come to their regional, but to come to their specific school. And then obviously when with the pandemic, that gets further exacerbated, where you can use or CTE enrollment correlates with other disruptions happening across an educational system.
Just have a question about the enrollment projection. Does that, we use NASDAQ to project enrollment. Does that, and it's hard for that to be precise on any given year, but is there projection that we would see flattening or that we would see a little continued reduction?
It continues to decline. NASDAQ, depending on what year you're taking a look at it, is going to be very accurate, or for especially birth rate dependent analysis, where it's not, it does, while it does go into new construction and things that way, there are other methods of analysis and statistical ways to do those that I can't readily speak to, but that utilize different models. But as of right now, we have nothing right now to suggest that the trend that NASDAQ is putting out there, including the general trend of a decline of school age population in the state of Rhode Island as decreasing. There's nothing there, that page. I can provide that full report to you once again, if need be.
Mr. Pedraza, this might not be a question for tonight, but perhaps for a later time, but so if we have a student that goes to school X for a CTE program, do we have any way of finding out if that student maintains their participation in the CTE they said they were going to study?
No, we do not.
I'm sorry.
No, we do not. There is no required reporting mechanism other than the good faith partnership between LEAs, that if a student withdraws from a CTE program, that receiving district sends the student back to their local LEA.
Okay.
Additionally, there is no mechanism as if they are making progress, if they are matriculating. We are not kept in the educational records, or to my knowledge, there is no regulation or general law in place requiring such reporting.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna say anything more on that.
Okay, very good. Moving to slide 12, looking at our out-of-district trend. So again, the history going back to 2017 and 18, you can see the various categories we have here. At the bottom, we just have two charts, so you can see the out-of-district enrollment history on the left by itself, and then on the right, I just have the two mapped onto each other. So in the blue bars, you'll see our in-district trend. The red line is our out-of-district trend. So moving inversely.
I think just like someone pointed out about the CTE change. I think it was the 2019-2020 year that one of the charter schools doubled in size, went from one section per grade to two sections per grade, which explains that increase from, do you remember if it was 2019, 20? I want to say it was pre-COVID. I know it was probably the year before COVID. It was probably 2019, 2020 that they doubled the size. One of the charter schools doubled the size of their school, which is what drives that jump from the 70s to the hundreds in charter enrollment.
You'll notice the significant decrease from 24 to 25, at 23 students. So we overestimated that trend. So that's a positive development. So we're hoping that continues. Very good. Okay, slide 13. Kick this back to
Yep,
the
so
superintendent.
we worked this one in there because it's often, this is from comments from the community. Often talking about, whether it be, well, just cut these positions and squish all the kids into certain sections, or, well, wait a minute, how come? I know the person who would teach that grade level and they're a 10th step teacher. How come the 10th step teacher isn't coming off the books? Well, in addition to avoiding age discrimination and federal charges, there's also, Rhode Island law that requires that reductions due to enrollment goes by seniority. And so it is not if we are eliminating in school an 8th grade position or a 5th grade position in school A, that teacher and all of the financials attached to them is then removed from the budget. So the position and then the fiscal impact of that position are not directly correlated. And in doing so, we would need to drastically increase our budget in order to increase legal services, because we're in violation of Rhode Island general law. As well as so we would be unable to do that. So that's what this slide is just trying to get up there in terms of some of the public comment, or those who might be in terms of a quick look. Well, wait a minute, how come it doesn't? We have so many veteran teachers. How come the reductions don't correlate with the percentages of veteran teachers or people that we have at 10th step? There's a lot more that goes into it, including certification, as well as then time tenure in district. So that's the attempt, or that's why that slide has been included. So
Slide 14, for example. 15, sorry.
So we won't read it to you, but this would be the example of what would need to happen if a grade 5 position we're going through, and how that would result not in the person who holds that position at their salary step scale with benefits, but how it would need to go to the least senior. Hence making staff reductions not while we get to larger, or while we get to dollar amounts. It is not a fiscally lean way to get there. Because again, when you eliminate positions, generally lower on the lower tenure, lower salary scale. Generally. Not, again, not always, years of service. So again, takeaway, eliminating a position does not equal eliminating the salary and benefits of the person currently holding that position, because generally those people are retained in the district.
Very good. Slide 15, speaking further of staffing. We'll see our long-term staffing trend by staffing category. I believe you've seen this before, but basically just you can see it visually in the table and in the charts below. So looking at the changes between 25 and 26, we're down 16.8 positions, which is just about in line with the long-term trend of about 4% per year.
And this is the reason we have classes that in schools where there's an inordinate amount of students, per teacher. Because we keep reducing, right? I mean, there's some schools where we've certainly received enough communication. So I would urge parents to come and speak their mind at the meeting and let their voices be known if they have serious concerns about the ratio between students and teachers at this point.
Impact also goes to the instructional support staff too. So when you have a classroom that has met its contractual obligation, we don't have the support staff to assist that teacher. So yes, you are correct.
That brings us to our second intermission. So please.
I also think that, sometimes people in the community try to calculate the student to teacher ratio, and they include every employee, not not just the instructional staff, or even the instructional staff and the school-based support staff. The other thing that, well, because I live this life, the other thing that I think impacts this, and I don't think people that are not involved in education understand this, you know, why is the district so top heavy? Why do we have so many top step teachers? Well, let's remember that the pension plan was yanked out from under us in 2011, and it was no longer where you could teach for 28 to 35 years and get a certain percentage. And now it's, and I said this incorrectly the last time I said it, your age plus your years of service is 93,
95.
95. So, like a 23-year-old coming out of college, like they gotta teach till they're dead.
And that's actually, you can't start using the rule of 95. You can't start using that until you're 60,
Until you're 60.
until you're 60. And that's for people who I believe are under certain schedules, and others, it won't begin until social security retirement age. So different schedules.
Yeah, and
And additionally, you know, to your point is, you know, why are we so top heavy? Well, if we're going to keep on eliminating staff, we are obligated by Rhode Island general law to cut the lowest, the bottoms. And so that's who we are forced to reduce based on what Rhode Island general law.
and I think also a little piece of that is we've got so many top step teachers because they come here and they stay,
It's a great place.
which is not a bad thing.
It's not a problem to solve.
No, it is not. I'm stealing that.
Any other questions at this intermission?
I guess more of a suggestion, when we're talking about, I know you're gonna talk about dollar numbers in the next section, but when we're talking about the out of district enrollment, the CTEs and the charters, I just think we need to put dollar numbers on there. And I don't remember when it was, right, 9 months ago or so, you did a presentation for us about how those numbers are calculated. I don't know if the town's ever seen that, and I don't know if they really understand how that is impact. I don't think we'd be asking them for money if there was no CTEs and no charter schools, we wouldn't be asking for money.
It would solve the budget
And
problem.
I think
Yeah.
it's really important that they understand that piece of the puzzle, and that presentation you did for us, that I assume you still have, was really informative to help frame that conversation. And it might have to be shorter in order to fit in here, but I think it's really important that they see that and understand, because I don't think that most of the general public or the town council really understand how that is impacting the budget.
I could piggyback on that. The impact of not adequately funding our current program situation. Yes, we are investing in a shiny new school. But if we're not investing in the programs that are going to go into that shiny new school, the kids are going to go somewhere else because there are shiny new schools popping up all over the state. So if our community is saying, or our town council is saying, we're not going to adequately and reasonably fund your needs, which is what this budget is. There's no wants that I see here. It's all needs. if that message gets out to our younger grades, which it clearly is going to, they're going to say, well, that's great. You have a shiny new school, but so doesn't this school and that school and this school and that school. And their communities are funding their programs. And so that number is going to continue to increase, which then is going to continue our ask.
I think what struck me was that as our enrollment declines, what we pay increases, right? What we pay per student increases because of the way the funding formula is.
I think it's sometimes lost in a conversation that loss of a student, yes, we're paying the per pupil expense to that school. But if that student stayed, that expense is amortized across all of our students. And so it's not like that student coming back costs us an additional, or, you know, or we get an additional 20 some odd thousand and whatever it is, it's not a one-to-one relationship.
That presentation is actually on the website under the finance page. Business office.
I think the town council needs it, some version of it in here. And I don't know if there's anything else you can take out to make room for it, but I don't think you can do the whole thing, but
No, I can put the dollar
one or two
amount in there
slides
so
on
they
it.
can see the impact, sure.
Well, so to that point, when I'm looking at our agenda for Thursday, that falls under item 2B. So that could be a reference when we start discussing school topics related, including but not limited to school enrollment, school redistricting. I won't read the rest in a moment. But also anything they decide to come up with at the moment. So to have that handy dandy might be a good idea.
I'll have it handy. All right, we are cooking. Slide 17. Getting into the nitty gritty here, looking at our overview of funds. All right, so just try to clean this up a little bit, make it a little bit easier to digest. So these are just the various funds. We'll call this our portfolio. These are the funds we use to educate all the kids in the district. Starting from the left, we have our general fund, it's our operations budget. And then we have our restricted funds. Those are our federal and state grants, our sole enterprise fund, which is our National School Lunch Program Fund, and then our Capital Improvement Program Fund.
Got another question. So when we say unrestricted funds, which we don't, but that's the language that's on our agenda, that is the general fund, correct? So just to be clear, because all the other ones are restricted funds.
Correct.
So, okay, thank you.
Exactly right. All right. Moving to slide 18, starting with the general fund, looking at the revenue side. You've already seen this, no changes here. Exactly the same as the February presentation and the budget you adopted. Bottom line, $63,087,510. Right, we'll move to slide 19. We'll look at state aid specifically here. This was updated on February 27th, and it is still subject to further change, almost guaranteed. The sole difference between the original submission in January and this update is the high cost special education amount went down about $10,000. So total reduction in state aid that we're anticipating is $197,000 less than the current year. So 6 million down to about 5.8 million. And one more quick clarification, the non-public transportation offsets are not a revenue. It's on the expenditure side. We get those through invoice credits. The rest of it we receive in cash.
I'm just curious, just looking forward a year. Other communities in the year that they do a revow, they lose even more funding because of the ratio of affordability. You look like you have greater affordability when in the year you do a revow. So I just want to put out there that we lost close to 200,000 for budget in 26. But it could be extremely lower in 27.
I was going to say it's based on, so this budget is based on net assessed values from 2 fiscal years ago. So yes, you're right. Exactly right. Moving on, slide 20, looking at the expenditure side. Again, no changes here. Bottom line is 63 million. This excludes the shared services expenses, so those are out of this budget. Moving to slide 21, looking at the capital fund. So we have revenue and expenditures both listed here. You can see them both at the same time. So our bottom line capital budget next year is $1.1 million. We're anticipating funding that allocation with fund balance to the tune of about $1,095,000, and then some federal grants as well to offset that. Slide 22 just shows you the list of projects we have, which we presented to the council back in January, and they approved the capital plan. I will echo Mr. Mahoney's prior comments about potentially looking at some of these facilities projects, maybe shifting some funds towards different priorities, because we definitely need to replace some HVAC units. So that may be at a future meeting. Moving to slide 23, our restricted funds, our federal and state grants. This is a lot to digest here, but just trying to get the revenue and expenses in one slide. Up top is the revenue piece, down bottom is the expense piece. So anticipating federal and state grants at about $1.8 million, which is $1.4 million less than the current year, primarily driven by ESSER 3. You notice that is going down about $994,000. Those funds expired on September 30th of last year. Very good. Slide 24, our sole enterprise fund, our National School Lunch Program Fund. Bottom line of $740,000, which is about a $160,000 decrease. This is a very, very early preliminary projection here. I do have to coordinate this at some point with Chartwells. So as we prepare for our renewal, that has to be approved by RIDE. They're going to present a budget to me, and we'll essentially negotiate how this is going to look. So this may change slightly in the future as well. Simply just anticipating lower federal aid and lower meal sales due to enrollment. And then here's our next intermission.
Did you say we have one more year until Chartwell's renewal? We're not renewing them.
We are going to renew. We have one more.
We have one more,
We have one more. Yeah.
but the process takes a while, so we're starting.
The renewal is not as long. That's a couple months. The recompete is multiple months. So I'm going to start that process for next year, probably in the summer.
Okay.
All right, moving to slide 26. All right, transitioning to our discussion of fund balance. All right, just want to define our terms here, just to clarify some things. So surplus is a 1 year is 1 year revenues exceeding expenditures. So it's within a fiscal year. So at the end of a fiscal year, an audited surplus is just when revenues exceed expenditures. It's tied to 1 year only. Below the definition there, you can see our history of surplus is going back to 2017 and 2018. Red means deficit, green means surplus. Our most recent surplus was $1.5 million. Fund balance is net assets at a given point in time. Assets minus liabilities at a given point in time. Also accumulated surpluses. So surplus is 1 year, fund balance is multiple years of surpluses. Right below that definition, you can see again the history of our fund balance and just the percentage change year over year. So we finished 2024 with a fund balance of $4.4 million. And also just to clarify, we do not have unassigned fund balance. We have committed fund balance. Only the town has unassigned fund balance. Our funds are committed to education, in case you were interested. And then lastly, we just wanted to include this point here about the GFOA because this is consistently mentioned. What's the proper amount of reserves to have? There's some more recent guidance from the GFOA in this article that they call, should we rethink reserves? And basically, the approach that cities and towns and school districts should take going forward is a risk-based approach. So viewing fund balance or reserves as insurance as opposed to savings accounts. So essentially, we've had this conversation before, our current policy requires us to have, or we have the goal of having between 1% and 2% of our operating budget in reserves and fund balance. And that is probably outdated at this point. We might want to just retweak that and think about a better strategy for how we want to have reserves.
And I think that's an excellent point because he said a percentage is kind of arbitrary. But it's easy to quantify. It's hard to quantify a risk. However, we know if risks are increasing or decreasing. And I think we can all agree right now, risks are increasing. So it is kind of nerve-wracking to be talking about diminishing our fund balance when risks are definitely increasing.
That's a great point.
Can we also just get a little asterisk or an acronym definition for GFAO? For when
Oh,
we're-
sure. Yes.
for when we're in
That is the
meeting with them?
Government Finance Officers Association, but yes, I can do that. Yeah,
Actually, we don't all know that.
I think,
I'll add a glossary.
I think for us, our biggest risk is that we make these budgets before we know what our enrollment will be, and we get 4 or 5 extra students who decide to go out of district. We get 1 or 2 high need special education students coming into the district. And it's a huge piece of if we only have 1 or 2% of our budget and reserves, that alone, those just a handful of students could eat that up pretty quickly.
We actually
Yeah.
address that in the later slide, but go ahead.
But the state also keeps passing unfunded mandates, or especially around transportation. Every year, it's something else that we're expected to pay for with no funding to go with it. We could have our federal funding cut at any moment. I mean, I think that we are facing all sorts of increased risks. I mean, we could all sit around and talk for hours about what those risks could be, but it's definitely there are a lot of financial risks to all the districts in our state, and they're definitely not coming down anytime soon.
I think another important point here is that we cannot run a deficit as a local school board. That's just not legal. And so if we do end up with a deficit, that's going to be coming from the town coffers one way or another. So I think that's important to know. Like we're trying to manage this budget in a way that's fiscally responsible in the sense that we're not going to have to go back to our taxpayers and ask for more money down the road because we missed the mark. And so I think that just adds to the need to have that risk-based reserve to potentially avoid that, especially as Chair Vetter was saying, we have the potential of cuts to federal funding. We don't know what our state funding is. We don't know who's going to come into the district, who's going to leave the district. So there are a lot of unknowns there. We do our best. I know you're doing your best, and we thank you for that, to get us to a point where we are going to not go into a deficit at any point. But that is a factor I think that is left unsaid a lot of times, but I think needs to be noted.
Duly noted. Good point. Yep.
Say, but I keep forgetting it because I get so enthralled in what everybody else is saying, which is good. That's authentic listening. But I believe it was related to knowing what the town is going to come back, and that's what it was. A couple of the town councilors have made it clear in their previous budget meeting that we're always able to go back and ask for more if we need it. And I think, wow, that's a valid statement. I have a clarifying question on that. So when they do when they do their final vote on the municipal budget and they allocate, this is going to be the amount that we're going to send over to the schools for this year, right? So that's our maintenance of effort number. If, God forbid, something happens and we have to go back to the town and ask for, 6 months from now, we're like, hey, we need that 500. You said we could come back and ask. And we have a valid argument and we present the case and they say they do agree. Okay, we will give you is that a one-time only and it does not go to our maintenance of effort at that point?
That's a great question. I don't know,
Okay.
but I can find out.
Yeah, because I think that's a huge piece, because if all of a sudden something does happen and 2 more students leave and 4 high cost special ed students come in and it blows out our budget, and we have to go to the town and say, hey, we need $387,000. If it's a one-time expense, that's a problem too, because if it comes along as a one-time transfer, because then the next year we're still in the hole that amount of money. And we would have to then ask for it again. So
Great question. Yeah, sorry, I don't have the answer.
that's okay, but it is a question, it's really a kind of a dialogue to have with them, I think.
It is, and it's also what are we trying to solve? So are we based on, evolving demographics in which we need to provide certain levels of faith that are going to continue, and as such is going to then need to be in the maintenance of effort? Or is it the roof came and we need this to be fixed? It's a one-time fix because we cannot educate students in a building that has conditions like this, in which case that could then be solved that way. So it would become a maintenance of that, ultimately the problem and what the ultimate solution is, because of duration of, and I hate saying, I shouldn't say it as problem, because it's our children. So it's not a problem, it's how do we meet our obligations? And is it one-time obligation, or is it a ongoing obligation for the maintenance of effort?
I think we know that if it were a capital expenditure like that, it could be a one-time expenditure, wouldn't go towards maintenance effort.
Yeah.
I think the problem with them saying, well, what if we hold back 500,000 and see if you really need it later, is that we can't enter into a budget assuming that. We would have to make additional cuts at the beginning of the year because we have to have a balanced budget, as was pointed out. And so if they were to say something like that, like what if you come back to us if you actually need an extra 500,000? We have to enter into the year with a budget that is balanced, that is realistic, and we can't just assume that halfway through the year you're going to give us more money, right? Is it?
And additionally, yeah, and to your point, because we can't run deficits, we would need to then report to the town and put in corrective action. Without having ample fund balance, our corrective action is we can't take corrective action. Our corrective action is dependent then upon the town. We've lost fund balance as insurance. So had we had only $1 million fund balance, for example, this fiscal year, and we go into examples of this, but again, with our increase of state aid, that wasn't an increase because the budget had already passed. We took on up to, I believe, $500,000 of OPEB that we did not go back to the town and say, oh, by the way, because we had enough in reserves and we were able to take that on, as well as then continue to do capital maintenance through the use of reserves. If we play this scenario out, and some of these scenarios, we might be going back the day after the budget's passed, because we are going to potentially run a structural deficit because we don't have enough in fund balance because state aid or federal aid did not come in. And that is not out of the realm of possibility, as right now it was just reported that up to 50% of the US Department of Education's staff is being laid off. So those unforeseen, that risk profile is very high, and we get into that.
And just one more point on this, that this idea of going back to the town is not hypothetical. There are at least 2 districts that I know of this year who've gone back to their municipalities for more money mid-year. So I think it's a credit to us that we don't go back to the town, that we have good financial structures in place so that we're not constantly doing that, because it would be hard to go back to them and with an ask
Doesn't
because
allow-
we didn't plan well.
Right. It doesn't allow them to craft an accurate budget. Doesn't allow them to say, well, if they're working within percentages, that is, appropriate to a municipality, for us to then come back and say, it's got to come from somewhere. They've already have their tax levy. They already have their budget, set in there. And so, yeah, having a robust or a fund balance commensurate with the risk profile is beneficial for both sides.
I think there's also been a lot of stuff thrown at us, accusations about us, quote unquote, not maintaining our buildings. But nobody mentions the 10 years of a moratorium, which Mr. Pedraza or Mr. Seeger can talk. I was a baby school committee member when that was going on. I didn't understand it the first 6 months. So nobody references that, but now we have a fund balance that we are committing, not the entire fund balance, but portions of it to maintenance of our buildings. So which way do you want to complain at us? Because we didn't maintain our buildings, or because we have a fund balance that we intend to commit to upgrades and maintenance in our buildings? And the other thing, the maths teacher walked in the room a couple of seconds ago. So we're asking for 500,000 extra dollars. Don't say 500,000, it sounds bigger. Okay, so practice over the next 48 hours. We're asking for 500,000 extra dollars this year. Is this current school year, is that the 5th or the 6th year of level funding?
Yeah, this is the 5th in a row.
This is the 5th year.
Right.
So I think any second,
It's the 6th year, exactly. Correct.
okay,
That's right.
okay.
Exactly.
Probably what Kate said, yeah, we did have an increase 6 years ago, but we've been stayed at the number. that
We've
for
been at
five.
the
That
same
same
number
number
for
for
those
5
remaining
years.
5. That's what I
Correct.
thought.
Yep.
So I can go into any elementary school in this district, in this state, in this district, walk in and make friends with my 2nd and 3rd grade students, and they can figure the average. The average is out to $100,000 a year over the 5 years of being level funded. And that's it.
I think I think it's a great point. I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but it's certainly something I've been thinking about is like, if we did have to dip into fund balance to make up any efforts, where does that leave us for next year and the year after that? I think that's something we really need to consider in all of
Great
this. Is that
question,
we could
James.
be,
Great question.
yeah, we're setting ourselves up for a structural deficit that is just going to compound in the future and just be a
Yes.
bigger problem next year and a bigger problem the year after that. So it just keeps going and going and going. So it's something we need to really highlight. Is like, we're talking about this year, but it has impacts for next year as well. And that needs to be addressed.
The answer is on the next slide.
Awesome.
I just have to say this because I'm sitting here listening. Once again, we're doing budget again. The bottom line is you could fund our school system so that we can educate our kids, or continue to dismantle it. Okay, because that is what's happening right now. And yes, we have government funding and state funding, but the reality of it is that these children live in our town. Taxes are paid to be allocated for their public education. And it should be coming from here. It just should be coming from here. And yes, it's nice to get the IDAs and all of that, but we're saying it. A lot of things are changing. We don't know if we're gonna get this money. So it's our town's responsibility to make sure that we get the money we need to educate our children. Most importantly, public education, right? Like, we can't account for the students or the charter schools or whatever. Those are things that we have to pay because our students are allowed to go to those schools, school choice or parents' preference or whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, we still have an obligation to educate our students in our town, in our public education system, which our town is responsible for funding. And we shouldn't have to go back and ask for money. We should be able to ask for the money and be granted the money. And I think we can answer any question that they might put to us. And some. And that's just what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to fight to get this 500,000. Maybe we should fight for the whole million. Then we don't have to have no worries. Because you know what? I'm willing to fight.
I'm 100%
So
with you.
Paul, I just want to jump on that because as you, right before you started talking, I was writing down, so like, what are these dollars for? The dollars are for an investment in our students, an investment in our community. And what is the town council and what are we responsible for? We're responsible for our students. We're responsible for our community. We're talking, the town council and their meetings are talking about wanting to see growth. They want to see growth in this town. What better way to show growth by increasing the student population through the things that we're looking to do, not diminish. So this is really not about an ask for money. This is an ask for an investment in our future in the town of South Kingstown.
The one piece that I'll add in here too is that, in terms of urgency, and because we're also talking about verbiage while it is extra, or it would be an increase in order to maintain all the things that we are maintaining. So there are no cuts to athletics, there are no cuts to art, there are no cuts to special education, there are no cuts to those things that if one, we're looking to rile up or create those things are not, we're being true to the core values of the core educational program. And so it is not extra, it is what is needed to maintain what we are doing right now. And we will always look to improve upon that. And I think that ultimately, and we'll get to this in the next slides, is that with bond or with debt service coming on that is the reality, that 4% cap and the ability to go back and ask for more, that is going to be accounted for, and your ability to grow whatever that 4% is dictated by this year, not future years. And so potentially, if, as we play this out, the ability to fund at levels that we then would be accustomed to are potentially inhibited by not giving us that money now, because we are now able to we will either have to take 4% for longer, or we wouldn't have to potentially take 4% because you're growing it now. And so in future years, you wouldn't necessarily need as much. But again, that's not this, that's not my purview and things that way. However, that ability for us to go back and for them to have extra unaccounted for, or money that they would then account, it's a smaller pool, and it would shrink, and it's shrinking year to year as the bond comes online. And that is something that we will, that we have to acknowledge. That's a real cost, regardless of which council or we sit on. And so we'll try to address that in why it's fundamentally, we believe, important that it comes not from our fund balance this year, but comes from an increased appropriation.
All right.
This budget does not use any of the fund balance for operational expenses. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, perfect segue. Slide 27, please. So the next two slides, there's some redundancy. So I mean, happy to hear your feedback on whether we need both of them, but I'll start with this one basically. So this is our schedule of fund balance usage, essentially. So finished fiscal 24 with 4.4 million. We committed 427,000 to operations, 1.1 million to capital. That leaves us $2.8 million that we can use for fiscal 26. That's what's available for use. We adopted our capital budget at $1 million, $1.1 million. Of that 1.1 million, we would use 1,095,000 in fund balance, leaving us, all other things being equal, at the end of fiscal 26 with $1.8 million in fund balance, which puts us at 2.86% of our adopted budget, which is just north of our 2% ceiling. So that's proposing using $0 in fund balance for operations. The next slide, slide 28, adds in potentially using fund balance for operations and what that scenario would look like. So taking that 2.8 million that we have to apply next year, taking out the capital allocation, that leaves us with 1.8. If we use the additional 809,000 that we, if the town denies our request and we say we'll take that out of fund balance, that would leave us at the end of fiscal 26 with 993,000, which is short of $1 million, but puts us within our 1 to 2% range, puts us under our ceiling.
It's a question on the 1 to 2% range. Is that in our bylaws or is that just?
Policy.
It's a policy.
It's a policy.
Noted.
So essentially that to your point there, Michelle, this is what this would look like if we used fund balance for operations.
So again, we have again, not a insurance or anything by the trust risk profile, but again, going for what we have spent fund balance on historically as recently and currently. We outline some of those risks and go through what we've actually spent. So these are not, so while in some cases they are hypothetical as to what could be, they are not, okay, well, here's everything. And oh, by the way, this never happens to us. These are all things that have happened in a given school year and that fund balance has been used for. So again, in our current fiscal year, the reduced state aid or the increase in state aid, we used fund balance to not go back to the town. We have major federal unknowns, so our risk profile for reduced outside sources of aid goes up dramatically. As recently as FY21 and FY22, we had 33 students in each year decide to go to out of district schools. So that at approximately $20,000 a student, if we had 33 students decide to go somewhere else, we've got to come up with that money. And that has happened twice over the past 7 years in this district. In migration, out migration of students or students whose IEPs in terms of the services varies from year to year and comes up unbudgeted litigation and settlements. Again, every municipality and school system knows that varies and is always a factor that needs to be accounted for. And then emergency facility repairs are not something that are just hypotheticals and that, no, they're not always roofs. But imagine if they were a roof for a school, you're looking at way over 1.2 million, or you're looking way over 99 for a new roof. More realistic or recent examples, the hazard boiler at 14,000, the HVAC system at 22. If we are at a zero fund balance, or if these things occur, and in order to keep the educational programming up, we have to go back, we have to find these, and going back to the town council to seek things for kind of cost of doing business costs are very real. And I'd also, or we would also like to point out that our anticipated beginning balance of 2.8, or let's call it 2.9, is far below what the average was of the fund balance of $3.3 million. So essentially the difference between our averages here is essentially what they would look to, what we would be left with. Needless to say, if we are funding next year's operations and if none of these things came to fruition and we didn't have to touch fund balance, Given contractual raises and contractual costs associated with next fiscal year, we would have exhausted, we would have no surpluses when we were to, if we were to roll this operations over, hence creating our structural deficit.
I think you'll probably get asked on Thursday if we're projecting a surplus for this year.
We're not. We've budgeted a deficit because we're spending 1.1 million in capital and 427,000 in operations. My anticipation is a deficit, but it's an adopted, approved deficit with a financing source. So just to clarify.
The follow-up question will be, why can't you just not do your capital improvements? Because I heard that last Monday as a toss-out comment.
We're committed to doing the projects that we approved. We're going to spend the money. We're going to fix the buildings.
But also,
Did you see Doug's face when you said that?
Well, I think, yeah. Well, I think it just gets more expensive, right? The longer we wait, the more expensive those projects get. So we
And
can-
I would just add, we will not forego current priorities for potential future needs or to pad our reserves. We would not do that. We have a spending plan. We're going to stick to the spending plan.
So I just want to make another observation. I mean, you have an average fund balance of 3.4. But in the last 7 or 8 years, we've never gone below 2.5 in, so regardless of the 1 to 2%, we've always been way over that, which gives a comfort level to being able to manage year to year for those shocks that you can't plan for, but that you have that insurance there. Going down to less than 1 million is, I mean, it leaves us open for so many problems to occur. I just, that's really hard to look at.
A great point to make is we would not be able to maintain our current capital project rhythm, so to speak, right? We're spending $1 million a year. That ends next year.
It goes back to what I was saying about what the impact this year is on the future years. Like this means it's going to be a bigger ask next year, potentially.
On the numbers of put under the risk, one of the risks about out of school district. And you identified two years where there was 33, and then I go back to the out of district trend. I'm just trying to reconcile, making sure that we're cautious about having the right numbers and identifying things. And also, when we're identifying that as a risk, we're also, on the other hand, looking to try to stop that trend, which I thought we were.
Yeah, so from 2020 to 2021, that was a plus 33, and then from 21 to 22, an additional 33 as well. So those 2 years in a row. Slide
That was it.
12.
That was in addition to what we expected and budgeted for. Is that?
It's just showing you actual to actual. So
Because
Okay.
That 33 students is 33 new students leaving the district. And then once they're gone, say in high school.
Yep.
They stay gone.
sure,
So
and
that's like-
also I don't have insight into what was budgeted those years.
So it's more than.
I'd have to
okay.
go back, you know what I mean, to clarify. So that's just showing from 2020 to 2021, there was an additional 33 students that went out of district. We might have only budgeted for 20, say, or maybe less.
I do remember when I first got on the school committee, which was August 2021. Right away, we had to take money from the fund balance because we were severely under budgeted for that line item of the tuitions. It was like $1 million under budget. And it was severe, but we had the fund balance. And it was, it was one of those things where you do a budget, the numbers look totally reasonable, and then something happens that you don't expect. But again, we didn't have any other choice. We had to take it from fund balance We had it was a big presentation on it. But again, we were fiscally responsible by having the fund balance to not have to, yeah, we would have to go, because what do? You can't tell the children they can't go, they can. So, yeah, but it has happened and we were under budgeted.
Since I got here and they've been level funding us, they have always said we could come back and ask for more. And the fact that we haven't shows that we have been financially effective. We're doing what we're supposed to, we're maintaining what they gave us. But we're coming to the space now where it's just not enough. And we don't want to, because in the past, we have said we had to cut this program and cut that program, cut this and that. The town people went crazy. They, we had to have referendums and votes and all of that to save our programs, to save our funds. We don't want to go down that. We don't want to cut programs. We want to preserve and we want to educate our kids. So, I think being fiscally responsible as we have been these past couple of years says a lot. And I hope that they take that into consideration when they're considering our ask.
Only other piece that I would, add to the conversation of what's changed is that one, we don't have federal dollars in ESSER that are for the most part unrestricted. We don't have unknowns. So we've closed schools and the savings, while you knew there would be savings, the degree of what those savings were still unknown. Retire, all of those things in terms of, if we're cutting programs or reducing because of enrollment, who decides to retire, who decides to now look for another position where they wouldn't have previously. We are out of those options. And additionally, we also had, things that were able to contribute to surplus, such as unfilled positions that ultimately then contributed to turnover. And so a lot of those factors that we had in place that were contributing potentially to a surplus are no longer in place. And so those surplus drivers are no longer part of the financial landscape for FY26.
On that topic, I would suggest us being prepared to answer the question, how much did we save by closing Matunic and Curtis Corner, and where did all that money go? I mean, I'm sorry,
You mean
Wakefield, sorry, Matunic. That's on my mind because it was also suggested that we close Matunic in their last meeting as well. But sorry, so that question comes up almost every single budget year. What was the savings
sure.
from closing the two schools and where did it go?
Yep, I have the original memo from Mr. Littlefield to the town council, I have all that data. And where it went was to absorb other cost increases. That's where it went.
I think that's a hard concept to understand because they don't realize. I think if budgets have been presented like you guys are presenting this year, would have made more sense. What's it going to take to do what we did this year, next year? $2.4 million. Well, guess what? That's those years where we're level funded. That's how much it would have cost us to, more than what we're asking for above the level funding to present the same school year in that next year. But we were able to live with level funding because we closed those schools. Because we were fiscally responsible. We did the right thing by reducing our expenditures so that we could fit within the budget and not go back and ask for more money. And to Mr. Pedraza's point, we're out of those options now. And I think that's important to highlight is that I think Chair Vetter brought this up. Our buying power with level funding is $9 to $10 million less than it was when we first started getting level funding. That's $9 to $10 million, adjusted for inflation, I guess, that we can't spend. So that savings, that's what we saved the town. If we hadn't reduced the budget, if we hadn't closed schools, if we hadn't done what we needed to do, that's realistically where our budget would need to be. But we've done the hard work of making those savings and making those cuts and to get where we are. And we're got a little bit of an ask of 500,000. It shouldn't be that hard.
Thing I'm being the town council devil advocate here because it's on the agenda for Thursday. School redistricting, further school closings. These topics will come up on Thursday. They
And we'll
will
talk
be
about it.
bringing up, and regionalization as well, because that's our decision to make.
We'll
So-
be happy to explore those topics on Thursday.
Just understand and be prepared because they're coming.
So there,
Bring coffee or no-dos or something. Gonna be a long one.
so.
It's a Red Bull.
For folks who are tuning in, or just to be very clear, the process of recreating this school year next year, those are things that were never part of this investigation. They are not things that are considered. They take time. They take, in some cases, voter approval. They take, they are in some cases conflicting agendas. Redistricting to then say regionalization, why would we redistrict to then redistrict again to then close a school that then has to be reopened because you partner? That, so not while we, are obligated and should look at every option moving forward in front of us and face head on the challenges that come statewide with a decreasing enrollment. Those are things that can be and will be and should be investigated. However, they are not a part of consideration for this this current school year. And right now, being faced with those questions in terms of our ability to quantify, classrooms and things, I would say that right now we could go through the analysis, but that analysis would get away from the fact that there's a more likely than not that we could not, and I firmly believe that we could not close a school or consolidate, especially as we get back to that other piece of where did the money go? Well, it went towards savings, but yet there are also increased and hidden costs. By closing neighborhood schools, you're increasing your transportation line. By having bountiful, beautiful land and property, but yet making schools spread out, we're going to increase transportation that in our current contract goes up regardless 4% every single year. So that there are hidden costs to those pieces that what look like or might appear to be potential cost savers. Bringing that up with with all of the risk factors there, for us to engage in that and come and speak with any degree of certainty, it would be a fabrication, and we could not do that in 2 days, never mind 2 weeks. And that would be a disservice to those core values of being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So while we could and can engage in an analysis, there is no way that that could be done in a fiscally responsible manner within this fiscal year.
Well said. And is that a school district risk that we should add in there, not to have that come? Or let them bring it up and just respond to that? It's on the agenda.
Yeah, if it was something that was considered in FY 26 and that led to budget shifts in the proposed and adopted budget, it would be in this presentation. So while we can speak to it and consider it, I cannot do so with any degree of certainty, as it takes a level of expertise and analysis that it is not one that we've engaged in or thought we needed to prior to in the presentation of this next fiscal year budget.
The $993,068 scares the crap out of me.
Very good.
Well, the only thing that I would say though, the other thing that I would say though is that we need that 800. And doing so, getting that 800, what was presented to you as to next year's program, if we did not use if we do not get it, or if we do not use fund balance, we need to find $800,000 more based off of fiscal exigency. We will, what is promised or what is asserted in terms of BEP and current programming and things that are not cut, would all have to be back on the table. So, and in terms of of what the community demands and expects, as well as making sure that the community's investment in our schools and new construction to balance those out, that's what people expect. And again, we wouldn't be able to make good on this school year, next school year, and trying to continually improve upon that programming, because some of those programs would have to go away. So fund balance, we at the very least are able to meet our obligation. However, making sure that we don't have to use fund balance continues our ability to meet the community's demands.
All right, slide 29, just to wrap up our fund balance conversation with a nice little bow. Just have this short quote from that Rethinking Reserves article that we mentioned earlier. Basically, a lower reserves is like having a high deductible. And the newer philosophy about savings accounts is they're supposed to be spent. They shouldn't be just sitting there collecting dust. Put them to good use. So that's why it's probably better to change our paradigm to see reserves as insurance as opposed to savings. Slide 30. You can see our bottom line summary across all funds. So a $1.7 million decrease, which is about 2.5% less than the current fiscal year. And then lastly, just the bottom line at the end, essentially just repeating everything we've discussed about the process, all the cuts we've made, the requests that we've made of the town, and why we think that it's too risky to use fund balance for operations, that we'd rather avoid creating a structural deficit. And that will conclude the presentation.
I want to say thank you for the tireless amount of work that you clearly have, or tire full. What does that word even mean? The amount of work the exhausting work that you have clearly put into this. Our budget subcommittee has met with you collectively, and it's a lot of thoughtful conversation and brainstorming has gone into this, and I appreciate what you're putting in front of us. And I think it's now kind of up to us to, our role is to educate our students, and our job as school committee members is to pass a budget to do so. And so our job going into the meeting on Thursday is to fight for this budget that you presented to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the feedback.
I really appreciate the subcommittee meeting. It was a really good chance to go over everything. And I really appreciate the time you took to update the slides with all the feedback, because I think everything that we were saying is incorporated in here, which I mean, I know it's a lot of work and I really do appreciate it. So thank you, your team, all the administrators that worked so hard to do this. Making cuts to people in your building is never easy. And so I know this is hard, and it hurts. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved in this process. Because I do realize how difficult it is.
Thank you all.
I would also like to thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick, and everybody else that was involved in this, in drafting this and presenting it to us. But the bottom line is our job as school committee, we have 4 jobs as school committee members, and one of them is to pass a budget. Our job is to educate our students. And this budget will do it without any frills. Unfortunately, I'd like to see a few things that were put out of it, put back in, but I know that can't happen. But thank you very much to everybody involved.
Chair Vetter, before going into item C, I was wondering if maybe we could move ahead the homeschool policy first read. I wish I feel really badly. I wish we had thought of that previously, but I'm wondering if we can just do a quick reorder. I don't know how long the updates are going to take for the subcommittees, but I'd like to make a motion to move item 6D to our next topic so that we can address the homeschool policy for the person who's
Second.
patiently waiting.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion passes. And thank you. I'm also sorry that the person had to wait so long tonight, but
This is just a clarifying comment to policy. Policies have to go through a process. So we have the policy meet and we discuss the policy at hand. Then the policy comes to the school committee for 2 readings. This policy is only at the first reading tonight. I did hear you say earlier, don't vote on it, or you hope we didn't pass it tonight. It's not up for a vote tonight. I just want to clarify that, not just to you, but to the public as a whole, that there is a process when it comes to policy. 2 readings before it gets a vote. Thank you.
And the process is such as for this very reason, in case there's feedback and concerns that the policy subcommittee was not aware of or it came up after the fact. That's precisely the reason we have 2 reads so the public can make their comments and we can, we might, depending on the level of revisions needed, we might not need to go back to the policy subcommittee, but that can be up to the body to decide if we want to do that at some point, or if we're comfortable with whatever comes out of this discussion tonight is, if those revisions are, or everyone's comfortable with that, then we can bring it for a second read. So with that, it's all right with Chairwoman Vetter, we can get started. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, so the homeschooling policy, this is something Mr. Pedraza brought up to us based on some feedback he was receiving. And so I think a majority of what the rationale behind this can be best voiced by either Mr. Seeger or Mr. Pedraza regarding this policy. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Estivo, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the school committee. I am pleased to provide a brief introduction to this evening's discussion and first read of the draft revisions to our homeschooling policy before you. A few factors to keep in mind as we move forward in this process. The goal of our efforts to date with respect to homeschooling is ultimately to align our homeschooling policy and procedures with guidance from RIDE and that of legal counsel. As such, you may remember earlier this school year when we brought before the committee the online homeschool form to review, which was a first attempt to digitize and streamline the process for the benefit of families and the district. In similar fashion, prior to bringing this policy to the policy subcommittee, as we heard earlier this evening, I met with representatives from the homeschool community to ensure that we understood, listened, and heard their perspectives and heard from them what was working and certainly what was not. And I'm grateful for their input and their time. While we strive to work in collaboration with families and their representatives, there may be times when there isn't necessarily agreement on all points. As you heard earlier this evening, what some feel is an area of disagreement. We, based on our outreach to district council and RIDE, have required components seemingly missing from our policy. And a few examples include guidance from RIDE and its council, does include that students first be registered and enrolled in a district of residence prior to the approval of a homeschooling program. The guidance also goes on to indicate that school committees must give approval before beginning homeschool instruction. So accordingly, to meet these requirements, by way of the policy subcommittee, we have brought this draft to the school committee for discussion. We believe this draft is a step toward aligning our policy and procedures with that current aforementioned guidance. In closing, I do want to note that we certainly appreciate and respect the perspectives of the homeschool community and all stakeholders. And we welcome feedback as we continue to engage in this work in a careful and collaborative manner. And with that, thank you. And we are certainly here to answer any questions that come up based on the committee's discussion. Thank you.
I just want to, number one, thank you for taking this on in the policy subcommittee. Over the years, I homeschooled one of my children years and years ago, and a fellow neighbor had done the same. And back in the day, we often lost homeschoolers, right? So you'd get your approval, and then that, as in my case, my daughter was homeschooled, and we never heard from South Kingstown ever again regarding her and her education. And we went on our merry way and did our own merry thing, which is not appropriate and obviously would not be an ideal situation. So knowing, and over time that has changed, but knowing that we're digging into this policy, making sure that our homeschool kids are getting what they need and the whole 9 yards. So I appreciate it. I personally do, I don't really have much feedback on this because I do want to take the input that was given through those emails that we just uncovered tonight. And so as far as I'll probably hold off on any comment about what's in the policy right now until I can go through and see what they have to say and bring it back for the second read. I also do want to bring up that in the event that it's necessary, I've seen policies come back for a third read before approval also. So it's not very common. I don't know how often we've done it, but if that ends up happening and there needs to be a little bit more back and forth, it can happen as well, just to make sure everybody gets their input in, and that we're crossing all our T's and dotting all our I's.
We have sent things back to policy even after a second read. So yeah, there's plenty of opportunity. I do have a question kind of based on what Kate asked. I would think it would be part of the district's responsibility to also reach out to those families to make sure we don't lose people, that we know they're still in our district or not. So there should be some follow-up required on the district. The onus shouldn't all be on the parents. I think this is also something that we have to follow from our side.
I believe that does happen. I think Mr. Pedraza can confirm if there is follow-up. I think that was mentioned during our subcommittee meeting, that there was reach out to homeschoolers with varying levels of response. As you might imagine, there are some that won't even acknowledge that we exist, and there are others that will willingly respond and work with us. I think that was part of it. But I think it's baked into the law that there is a outside of our policy, there is a what you call like a progress report. It's some kind of like affirmation at the end of the year, attestation at the end of the year that the homeschooler has covered the core requirements of the plan based on the law that's on the books, and the parent has signed it, or the administrator of whatever private homeschool that they're going to has signed it, and there's some attestation there at some point that the homeschooler has received the learnings that were required by law.
So if they have to return this document, which is good, it's a verification that they're following what's laid out in Rhode Island general law. But could there also be part of the same document that says, and I am giving you notice that I'm going to continue homeschooling the following year, so that it's not so much that they have to do this step and then this step, and then that we can just combine it for like one thing. Just trying to streamline everything.
The letter of intent, as I understand the RIGL, is that that has to be submitted every year. You have to get approval every year. So the school committee has to approve the homeschooling every year. So that piece of
Right.
it has to be done.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
But the request for the approval could be done at the same time as submitting the paperwork that has to be submitted at the end of the year.
Yeah.
You would still need to give them the letter of approval and everything. Just be that you wouldn't need separate documents. I'm just trying to make it easier for people.
And in many cases that does happen. And I do want to make clear and, or just say on a personal and or professional level, I dislike this policy because unfortunately, we're looking right now to address the small percentage that do not comply with our existing policy, or that are loopholes, or that, you know, the vast majority of our homeschooling families and communities do things the right way for their children. However, there are certain things that we're not meeting our obligation, and ultimately, I don't want to, you know, put the district in a position by which we're not doing or following the right things. So for example, at the end of the school year, that end of year attendance and grade report can come in, and generally it does. It might come in with, and also included in there is that intent to homeschool the next year. Now, operationally, learning from this year, we weren't putting those forward as we were receiving them. So that's something that we've now changed and will change moving forward continually, to make sure that those approvals are going forward and that they are occurring at a rapid and appropriate pace. And I think that, I think that in most cases, might there be something different? Absolutely. But the vast majority of people and what we're asking for and what's required is fairly aligned. And again, most folks do understand. So that end of year report followed then with a letter to, here's my homeschool plan for next school year, that then gets rolled on along with, because paired in with the residency piece. And here's my potentially, here's my one piece, here's my gas bill that proves I'm still a resident. All can come in at once and we can continue on and move on unabated. It's the outlier situation that is in no way, shape, or form reflective of our homeschool community, where we are met with resistance, contempt, or outright no. And therefore, we are obligated to go down routes such as, to go compulsory attendance laws. Again, that is the outlier, and we're looking to avoid that by streamlining these things, as well as rather than getting this set up for next year, so that when and if RIDE were to ever come on back going, where's this data? Where is this student? Because we had to go a truancy and we go, we don't know, that's not an acceptable answer. So again, my sincere thanks, as Mr. Seeger said, for that collaboration and that working together, because again, we are united in that we're all doing what we think is best for our kids. And so again, but making sure that we as a district meet our responsibilities is something there. And is it something different, or is it something that might be seen as a roadblock? Potentially, but we are responsible for creating our policies and procedures to implementing this. And it's, to me, what we're asking is reasonable in the changes. Could we streamline some, perhaps, but at the same time, we didn't want to blow up a policy that in many cases people are familiar with, that the vast majority of people are in compliance with, that allows us to function. We just need to do so per the regulation that we're getting, or the the recommendations we're getting from RIDE and council.
So I think the biggest point of contention, I don't think I got a clear answer on this in the subcommittee level, is regarding the enrollment piece. In and of itself, just to summarize, the letter we received is about the enrollment piece and contention that that's not required by law, which is not the point I want to make right now. But the point I want to make right now is I wasn't clear in this policy if that is similar to the letter of intent, that is that one-time activity of enrollment in the district? Is that the intention that they enroll once and then thereafter they just need to submit the letter of intent and maybe proof of residency?
Correct.
Going forward? Okay.
Yes. So once they're in, once we know that we have a student that we are in charge of monitoring or approving that private education as the LEA. So once enrolled and that we have a student that we can then place into the homeschool file, if you will, or our homeschool ledger, that then it's that one and done with the intent of, or as the letter of intent comes in and approval comes in, they stay in that file, as well as then going, yes, and they're still residents of South Kingstown, so it is appropriate for us to approve those moving forward. So ultimately, it would continue to streamline that. And conversely, if someone were to return from homeschool or choose to, because which can be done at any time, to, come to South Kingstown Public Schools and enroll, they're just moved from the coded file. They're moved from that not enrolled in a school, but we have responsibility for, to enrolled in our school, and they're in school X, they're in school, and all of that gets moved over all at once.
I think one of the other comments during the policy meeting also had to do with, well, there were two things I remember. One had to do with having a notary required, right? Which I think we are saying.
That's residency.
Yeah, that'll be,
That's on
cover
the
that in the
next-
residency policy.
That's on a different policy.
That's under the
The
residency
residency.
policy.
Yes, sir.
You'll have to excuse me.
No, so they're interconnected.
They're
on
interconnected,
two
right.
things.
The second part was what happens with a student in the middle of the year that for some reason has an adverse situation occur, and there might be some sort of mental health issue, there might be some bullying things that are going on, and the parents suddenly want to take the student out of the school in the middle of the year, and then what? Right? So that was another point of discussion, and part of it, there was also this conversation about having to wait 14 days for the school committee to come and actually approve that, as opposed, and that's detrimental to a potential student because then there were truancy issues if they took them out of school. And so that's some of the thought that needs to be looked at in this area for homeschool.
Yeah, that was a bit of a concern for me as well, regarding, I understand the guidance and I think it makes total sense that we need to approve it as a school committee, but I think there are situations that aren't addressed in that scenario. So you were about to chime in, Mr. Pelham.
I mean, the law is pretty clear. Homeschooling has to be approved by the student's town of residence. So in order to get the final blessing, this committee has to approve it. That's just the way it is. That's what the law says. I can say that in this life, I've handled a number of truancy matters. And if you're talking about a student who does have either a medical issue that and reasons, or even the kid just doesn't want to come to school anymore, and the mom said, or parents say, I'm going to homeschool. There's a process that has to happen before you're involved in any real truancy case. I mean, it has to be outreach. It just doesn't happen. The kid doesn't show up for 10 days and then you're in truancy court. That is not what happens. It's months of a process of bringing a child in and making sure that all the outreach is taken care of. Is there anything that we can do? Concerns about transportation, like what the situation is. So the truancy component I would, practically speaking, it's not, it's just not I don't think that it should, it's a real viable impediment, let me put it that way.
So let's take a different scenario. Take out the truancy part, but you put in just kid, is having some challenges
Mhm.
with going to school at that point. And parents want to take the child out and start homeschooling the child. They take him out the next day, he doesn't show up. They start, in quote, homeschooling them for the most part, right? But that point, they still need to fill out proper paperwork to get approval. Doesn't mean they can't start that process, right,
Correct.
at home. And then all they have to really do is just wait for the approval and fill out the necessary paperwork.
Correct.
So
So
really, at
right,
that
there's
point,
no
if they're
stop.
already enrolled, though, I'm sorry. If, at that point, really, if they're already, I'm trying to work this through, like, if they're already enrolled in the school, we know they're a resident. The only thing that they have to write is a letter of intent to do that.
The
And
letter,
then when we meet, we approve it.
the letter of intent and to make sure that the proper correct, you know what I mean, like they have the course
Curriculum,
of study and
yeah.
all of that, just
Yeah.
to make sure that the ride requirements are met, and that's correct. So a family can start homeschooling tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then work on the paperwork, and then when it gets, I mean, there's gonna be no, again, there's not. If even, I mean, again, on practical level, when the school, if the school were to reach out to the family and they explain the situation, well, then you'll be looking for the paperwork, and then it'll, if it's on the agenda, for the school committee's next meeting, those concerns should be taken care of in that way. Nothing's stopping a family from homeschooling I mean, ultimately, if there's no approval, or if there's like a refusal to provide the necessary documents that's required by law, I mean, at that point in time, I think you could have a truancy concern. But not if the scenarios that you're talking about, I would not be concerned about.
So we should be clear that we're not here to not approve people who make that decision.
Keep the ride requirements, you have an obligation to
Yeah,
approve.
that's not our intent with any of this policy. It's to help support having kids get educated. However, the parents make that decision for that child.
You brought up a really good point, and I just want to clarify. Is it part of Rhode Island law that the school committee has to approve these? Because the information we get, we don't, I know it's in the consent agenda, but you see what we say? Student 109 wants homeschooling. I mean, we don't even know what we're voting on, really. I mean, that we have to.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and
we're
privacy
voting on
acts, we
we're,
can't know
we're
anything.
voting on the superintendent recommendation that we approve. So the school district would be vetting it, and if
Well,
they
that
found
went to
it-
my point.
Yeah.
Do we actually need this step, or do we, that was why.
Oh, I see. Well,
Because-
yeah, Rhode Island general law says yes.
Exactly.
yes.
So I was just hoping that we didn't even need to do that, because we do rely on the superintendent, but.
Yeah. And to
Yeah.
follow up on that point, just kind of expand on it a little bit. The part that kind of got me a little bit is that if you look at the law, there are corrective actions and recourse you can take if the school committee denies that homeschool approval. But as I've seen in my time here, I don't know that would ever be a potential opportunity to deny that from our level. So I'm not sure how that comports with what the law states on how we would even be in a position to make that decision. I don't think we ever would, well, anyway, we might, I don't know.
Yeah,
We don't have that information.
If for some reason upon Mr. Seeger's or my review of the homeschool, we would highlight that the recommendation of number X, Y, and Z is the recommendation is to not approve. And so
Okay,
we
so
could take a
ultimately
look at our
it's still-
operational
Mhm.
procedures in terms of, and have future discussions, and maybe that's something we do at the retreat this year, is go through, okay, what potentially could we operationally, do we not have enough information on? And revise what's given across in terms of anonymity and the plan, but there are occasions where the recommendation will be to not approve. And then if you were to take that consent agenda, pass it through, that non-approval would be adopted. And
Right.
we would follow up as needed.
So I think just functionally, it might be helpful on each time we get those requests on that form that you put in to just, maybe there should be a statement at the top that says the following families have met the requirements of Rhode Island general law and our homeschooling policy. And we recommend that you
I think it does state that.
approve the file. Does it say that on the top of all?
Yeah,
of
I
them?
can take a look right now. It says, below are students whose parents are requesting permission to educate their children in a homeschool study program at home under the provisions of RI General Law 16-19-2 for the 24-25 school year. The plans meet the requirements of the RI General Laws covering home study programs. The parents have been contacted about the recommendations for approval. Let me know if any further clarification is needed. So it states at the top of every one of those.
My assumption would be that the goal with the district working with the family would be to work together and collaborate and make sure that the families can homeschool. They want to homeschool. We can, when we want to afford you the opportunity. And these are the things we need. And as long as that goes well, then you make the approval. I would assume that it wouldn't even come to us if it was going to be a recommendation to not approve, unless it was a very drastic situation, I would assume.
So, whereas, here's the, off the top of my head, I can't remember, it's been well, but in terms of, here are the subjects that must be taught and that are quoted often in the letter or that are opined upon well, I'm not teaching that. Okay, or I'm not including that law in the letter. Okay, well, that's something that I cannot. So how could we work together, or to say, I'm not going to be able to move this forward without some sort of discussion or plan to do that, or at the very minimally having that addressed in your letter of intent. We would absolutely do that outreach. We don't want that happening here. It's not the right place for it, as well as then, okay, well, then that will be the recommendation. You'll be able to come to the committee to speak to that or reach out to them. And then once they take action, we would have that future correspondence. And if need be, here's the appeal process.
In my 17 years of doing this work, I've had one instance where I was involved on a homeschooling that it was not. And that was because there were concerns that the family could not really, at its core, could not provide that is one, and again, years and years. Different district, it was not South Kingstown.
So given the fact, I would tell you and be honest with you, I do not know a lot about homeschooling. So I was very caught off guard at our last committee meeting when the woman was there as an advocate. And I did not know that until she was almost on her way out the door, that she was actually a facilitator for the homeschool, working with families in school districts, right? And I was impressed by that. And so I think my question is when we have those said families that, are given pushback on what they want to teach or anything like that, is there a referral process to these folks that are out there? Because they're out there. Maybe you need to go, maybe I could give you this information and you can reach out to these folks and they can show you how to properly homeschool, because I think that's key, is people having the resources for what they're trying or need to do.
So while we don't do specific groups, we would make reference to the Rhode Island Department of Education, considering that they oversee us, and in terms of their listing of resources, as well as the laws that are involved in it as a starting point. Again, for us to, we are not the designers of, for whatever reason, people are taking their child's school private and crafting that individually, that being, creating an individual learning plan, if you will, ultimately the attestation that I want to homeschool and am able to homeschool and can meet those and am attesting to those, is something that if you're able to do that, you're able to navigate this process for the most part, but that we will help people to get started. But ultimately, it would not be appropriate for us to get into the specifics, because that homeschooling could be for a variety of reasons. And unless it's regarding, that's why we ask, is this on our form, is this related to a social concern happening at school? Is this related to bullying? Because saying, oh, this is happening because of a social or emotional issue. Oh, and you're going to homeschool. Okay, good. Well, then, well, that takes care of our obligation. No, none whatsoever. We have an obligation to investigate that and make improvements upon that. But so we do follow up, but in terms of getting into specificity, because we're able to move people to, or to get them started at RIDE, but the degree of specificity or specific, because it often involves religion or would involve curriculum that, that we aren't knowledgeable about, or not something that gets accredited or accredited at all, is not something that we would wade into, because our time is spent, for those who would attend a public school.
Anything else on the homeschooling? All right.
I just ask if is the policy subcommittee meeting before our next meeting?
No, our next meeting will be on April 7th. April 7th.
Okay.
So this body will meet on March 25th, but
I haven't had a chance to read what was sent to us, because I think for all of us it went to spam. So
I think what we can do,
as we pointed out, we might end up with a third read of this if we come back.
I think that might be appropriate, because I think once we've reviewed the feedback we've received, we can talk about this on our March 25th meeting. And if we choose, and we can always choose not to approve it, right? We can always just say no one makes a motion, or a motion fails, or whatever.
Right.
Whatever procedure happens, we can then either vote to put it back to the subcommittee. We can vote to move it forward as a policy, or we could vote to, or not vote at all, and just bring it back as a third read with additional revisions if we feel like there's enough in there that we need to change.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to bring it back for a second read, but we can always send it back to policy at that point. So, okay, well then we'll consider the first read completed. Now, we need to go back to the subcommittee updates, unless we have a motion to skip that and keep going forward. Okay, so we're going to go back to the subcommittee updates. Briefly, let's hear from Budget and Finance.
So we just had a really robust discussion on the Budget and Finance Subcommittee update. So I don't want to, unless people have any particular questions about what what Brian presented was really what we hashed out. We've had 2 Budget Finance Subcommittee meetings, both included our community member who was recently appointed. She's been spent a lot of time absorbing, and when she did contribute, it was very thoughtful, and it bring a nice fresh perspective to the table, I thought. But really it was putting together what Mr. Kilpatrick has presented in front of us tonight, and really kind of brainstorming presentation information, and then going into these next meetings with the town council, how to prepare and advocate. So the other one I do want to mention, even though it is not on this, is just, and this is really a matter of just a heads up. We sent an email, or I sent an email on Michelle and my behalf to our legislators to try to coordinate a sit down with them to discuss different things around unfunded mandates coming down from RIDE, and ensuring and seeing what we can do as a school committee and getting kind of up to speed on what's coming down the line. How can we be good advocates, specifically around the transportation not being included in the funding formula, and things of that nature. So that is in the works. And once we can nail down kind of a time frame that the four of them, or hopefully 3 or 4 of them, can come to the full committee and have a kind of a work session, then I'll take that obviously to leadership and try to organize some sort of discussion with our legislators as well. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Budget and policy, I'm sorry, policy and planning.
I'll keep it brief since we have 3 of these policies on our agenda tonight. We've discussed one already. You can see we've been busy with the policy subcommittee. We've met twice since sitting their community members. We have not met as a full committee. There's been one person missing the last 2. Hopefully on the next meeting on April 7th, we can get the full subcommittee there. We have sat our vice chair and we have sat secretary. So we have a full vote of people on that committee. So we are considering some additional policies. We're trying to target 2 to 3 a meeting because they can get really meaty, really chewy. So there's a lot to discuss. One that we have on the horizon is a volunteer policy, and we're going to take a look at that at our next subcommittee meeting, and then potentially bring that for a first read if it the subcommittee votes to do so. And then we have these 3 policies on our meeting tonight for homeschooling, for first read change, residency change, and then the therapy dogs, which would be a new policy. So we'll be discussing those tonight as well. And then, so generally speaking, we try to meet the first Monday of the month. And so we don't conflict with our the weeks that we have school committee meetings. That also gives us an opportunity to get any policies we put forward in the subcommittee meeting to a first read, or we can book that on the agenda for the following week's full committee meeting. So hopefully this will keep it moving in a robust and full way, because we have a lot of policies that are outdated or need to be revised, and we just got to work through it. It's going to take time. It's going to probably extend beyond my time being on here. So it's going to take some time. So we're just hammering the high points as much as we can. So it's probably a little longer than I intended, but that'll be it for me.
No, that was great. Thank you. Wellness.
Yeah, so we had our first meeting finally, and well attended. We and have scheduled out the rest of the year. We talked about a couple subjects at the first meeting that were just brought to us by members of the community. One about school start times, moving them back for high school and middle school, and we are looking to sort of start a process of reaching out to the community, start conversations about potentially changing start times, who that affects, who all the stakeholders are. We'll be coming back to the full committee possibly with a recommendation about that. We also talked about snacks being sold at the middle school. I don't know if people know about that, but apparently some of our staff didn't know that was happening, and questioning the health benefits of that. We'll be looking at the health and how appetizing some of our school lunches are as well. So we hope to have some involvement at Chartwell's. Our next meeting is March 18th here at the high school, and we're doing it at 2:30 in order to try to attract some of the students here. We have 2 students who are interested in joining the committee ongoing, who are in CTE programs that are related to health. So it'd be great to have high school students on that committee going forward. And beyond that, the rest of the meetings will be happening in our normal sort of 5 o'clock time at admin. But I'm hoping that we can get some students to come, because we will have someone who will talk to us remotely, who's at a district that moved back start times and what their process was like and what their experience was like. I know our administrators have done something similar. So there are some challenges around it, but I think it's been talked about for years and years. And it's just time for us to have that conversation and decide one way or the other, or are we doing this or not, and put that conversation to bed. So
years ago, there was a late start committee to look at late starts. It was when McCarthy was here at the high school. Patty All was on it. Terry Lynch was probably the administrator on it that's still here. He may be a wealth of knowledge on that. And I know that, I want to say Mr. Shields may have been on that committee, but you definitely reach out to Mr. Lynch because I know he was on it. And, the reason he was so beneficial is there's always a worry about sport. And I must say, Mr. Lynch was like, hey, you know what? Whatever works for the district, the community, the students, we'll make it work. But he would be a great person to. reach
that our
out to.
first- Although he wasn't on our list of committee members, he thought he was, so he showed up anyway. But
Well,
he
maybe
was
it's
there.
because he's
Yeah.
really, really good
Yeah.
at that
So we'll
stuff.
see if he'll come back. We might try to get him to come back.
I think it's great, and I'm glad that we've explored the start time for a decade now. As it literally, and it was pushed back by the community 10, 12 years ago, pretty hard because of sports. But since then, many districts, many of our competitors and are actually like our hardcore, we'll call them sports enemies. They've already shifted times, and so it can be done. And as Carol said, Terry will have a really great perspective, especially now that we compete against school districts that have different varying start and end time. So it's great.
Yeah.
How do you
You
guys?
brought up that our practice fields aren't lit. So some of the practices for fall sports are difficult because it's dark. It'll be dark after school. So there are challenges, and that's really what we want to start as a process of hearing about all those challenges, educating people about the benefits and figuring out what the right balance is.
Thank you, Brad. That's great. Okay, we are, I also, I don't know if there's anything from transportation. It's not on here, but,
We've not met yet.
okay.
We
just-
had like the original meeting, and we've just we have not put anything on the docket since I keep talking about it, but it's not on our agenda, so I'll stop.
It's a subcommittee. All right, thank you. We will move on to 6E, discussion action policy 8425 residency first read.
So this is not a substantial change. I think Mr. Pedraza or Mr. Seeger can probably speak to a little better what revisions we're looking for here. But I think the most substantive change we're looking at is removing the requirement of a notarized proof of residency. So there was in the current policy, one of the documents has to be notarized. And I think in this new policy, we're removing that requirement. And I'll leave it to you guys if you want to add more.
Yeah, so the residency, that was the big one in terms of improving operations and efficiency, as well as making sure that parents aren't turned away once they've made their appointment. And if we have screenings and, or if a notary isn't available in order to get those things. So it's more of an efficiency piece. The other piece, though, is something that was actually brought up in questions where students of whom the district is responsible for, making sure that we have an annual proof of residency. And so that residency of, again, not a full residency packet, but at least one item from either one of those columns on an annual basis from those families who attend charter schools, who attend CTE programs, or are involved in homeschooling. Again, we generally do not have contact, and unfortunately, as it was alluded to, some of the schools that we interact with are not regularly providing the information that we would need, and because there are real financial in terms of at least charter and CTE programs, that we need to make sure that we are paying tuition for students who are actual, residents and have not moved in some cases, and where we are paying tuition for a CTE program in a town that they actually reside in. And so because of that financial expenditure, as well as them making sure that we are, this committee is passing or approving homeschool requests of which those individuals reside in. That's why we've added in that yearly just proof of residency. Again, it wouldn't be the registration packet. It would just be an annual notification so that we can continue to either follow up on homeschool requests as well as continue to send funding to schools that we are legally obligated to.
So we also provide special education services to students in private school. Should they also be on that list that require proof of residency?
With that one, I wouldn't, because you have a annual IEP process that we are involved in, as well as deadlines and reevaluations. That's something that for the most part is overseen regularly and audited in terms of making sure that we are on timelines. It isn't one that I have the same level of concern. It's something that I can bring forward to Dr. Carson and potentially see if I'm speaking out of turn, but because there's a operations piece already in there, it's not something that was part of that original recommendation.
I have a clarifying question. So just in reading that, any school-age child who resides within the town of South Kingstown and who is attending South Kingstown Public Schools, charter schools, CTE programs, and those students requesting approval of homeschool. So even our kids who are coming to school here year to year to year need to do this?
No, so maybe we would put an out of district CTE. If that's what we're alluding,
Yeah, but it's not worded that
or
way.
which one?
No, it's worded as though every student
Under burden of proof.
except for special ed students. Although
Well,
they would be
they must be registered. So
any student.
they
who
must be,
resides-
everybody must be registered.
I think instead of attending South Kingstown Public Schools, it should say is registered in South Kingstown
saying
Public Schools
Annually
is
provided for
attending
residents.
charter school CTE.
Students attending, oh, I see. That's just confusing. Let me put it, I'll just say that, I mean, it may be the fact that it is quite late and I'm still navigating the change in time. But that paragraph is confusing it, students attending.
Maybe we could split that paragraph.
Yeah.
Into two bullets or something, what
Yeah.
for everyone, and then the second requirement is just annually for
For
others, would
those
make it a little
students.
clearer.
And maybe if we could put in upon registration, students attending charter school in homeschool must. Yeah, we can separate it and yeah, I don't see that. Again, in an effort to not totally revise everything and just put in what we needed, the flaw there is that, yeah, we get a little clunky and cumbersome, so.
Honestly, of just like making students attending charter schools, that sentence, making it its own line, it would clear that up. Thank you.
Any other feedback on this first read? All right. We will move on to 6F, discussion action policy, new therapy dogs in district schools, first read.
Yeah, so this policy has come up in the subcommittee previously. I finally got around to taking a deeper look at it and really exploring what it means and what how it can be applied to the district. There was very robust conversations in the subcommittee about people with allergies, people with fear of dogs, and it sounds like there's baked within the policy, there's a lot of consideration for that. So I think a lot of, it sounded like to me, a lot of the bases were covered that, of the concerns that the subcommittee had were covered in this policy. Essentially what this allows, someone to do in a school is to bring in a therapy dog. There needs to be a designated area. There are rules and regulations around that therapy dog that needs to be brought in, that can be brought into the school. There's, certifications that they need to have. There's, certain, consequences if the dog does not behave in the way that's intended. The administration thinks it's a distraction. There's mechanisms in place to remove that animal from the school. And so I think a lot of those things were covered, and it felt like a very, very complete policy to me. We did try to make it generic to the whole district, although it does kind of refer to specifically a dog in Broad Rock, which is kind of what the impetus of the policy was. A guidance counselor at Broad Rock wants to bring a dog into, a therapist, I guess therapist at Broad Rock wants to bring a dog into the school. And we had to create a policy around that. And so I think this can apply to other schools if there are structures in place to allow that, if there are rooms that they can be in that's possible for that dog to be brought in and meet the requirements of this policy, that's possible. So we didn't want to limit it to just one particular school. So it is applicable to all our schools. And I felt like most of the questions were answered by the policy.
Just there's a typo in 2C. It says in the second line says issued by AA certified practice. There's an X-ray. And I'll just the Canine Good Citizen certification is not a therapy dog certification. It's a much lower standard. I don't know if that's a good example of a certification for a therapy dog. So I might take that out and just 2A where it says, I mean, I guess you could ask for that, but it's not. The Canine Good Citizen certification is not a therapy dog certification. So I guess you could ask for that in addition to an actual therapy dog certification, but that's not what it is. And the AKC would tell you it's a precursor to that a lot of people would take to see if their dog could become a therapy dog. But there are other groups like Pet Partners. I think we have a dog trainer in town who certifies dogs for Pet Partners, which is a national organization that certifies therapy dogs. So I might generalize that more to say, a certification from a recognized therapy dog certifying national or regional body as determined by the superintendent or something. Let the superintendent say, bring me something that shows me that you're legitimate, right? That you put the burden on them to say, what's this group that certified you? Pet Partners being the biggest of them, I think. And there's a few others, but
no, that's great feedback, because I think at the subcommittee level, we didn't have that inside knowledge. So this felt like, okay, that's fine. There's a certificate, and we took it at word that was fine. So that's excellent information to say that maybe perhaps this isn't sufficient certification for bringing a therapy dog into our schools. And so we would want to make sure we're addressing that.
So
also just, would point out that the police bring their dog into school all the time. And
that's not,
and I don't know if he's a Leo, if he's a certified therapy dog or not, but
no,
he's really nice.
I think there's a difference in the purpose of that, right? So it's not intended to be, like that falls under, there's a different policy that falls under, because there are policies around bringing animals into schools for instructional purposes.
Okay.
And I think that would be more along those lines and fall under that policy. So this would be a separate use of bringing an animal into the school building.
So I actually think Leo is a certified therapy dog. I think that is his role, because he goes to the senior center as well, and he goes to all the, yeah. Well, that's a different dog, right? But I think the point being is a policy shouldn't be created for a dog. It should be created for all dogs, because all therapy dogs. I think where the confusion probably comes in with the certification is in the line, it says a therapy dog has been trained, certified, and assessed by an outside agency. So the assumption is it's a trained therapy dog. And then it's a bonus to have this other good canine citizen certification. So you know that the dog can come into the room and not be like my dog. And not, jump around and act like a lunatic. So I like that there's the canine good citizen certification, but that should be maybe B, and A should be a certifying board for the therapy dog certification. I do find this all interesting because last summer, we had a whole presentation with the dog, right? So is the dog in our schools without a policy? Is that, okay, thank you.
The dog.
No,
It just takes that long for us to get.
because I was like, I thought we already did this and.
Yeah,
and
this
someone
is-
just
this is a
explained to
policy,
me
just,
that, no, it was just a presentation and
Yeah,
Right. we
that's
never
why
actually-
we're doing.
Right, we
that.
never actually got to the point of like presenting it as a policy for first read and second read, so that's where we are today, but it is related to that. presentation.
Okay, perfect. But I'd like that it is a generic policy for all therapy dogs and not just dedicated to the one at Broad Rock or the one that would like to be at Broad Rock.
That's precisely was one of my concerns is I want to make sure this is applicable to all therapy dogs, potential therapy dogs in the future. So.
So-
As well as being connected to the promotion of our guidance and our programming, in terms of, you could have a therapy dog, but you not be the we want the dogs in there purposefully with, not because someone happens to have a dog, a therapy dog, and I might be a wonderful social studies teacher, but I do not need a therapy dog in order to teach my social studies. While it may be enhanced but again, that would be the one piece that, again, this is intended to not only be attached about the dog, but more importantly about a certified faculty and staff member in order to enhance the guaranteed and viable curriculum and or program for our students, not for someone to,
I
Yeah,
just I have a legal question. Says the owner handler of the therapy dog is solely responsible and liable for any damage to the property of SKSD or injury to personnel, students, or others caused by the therapy dog. Would they have to sign something that they understand that they are taking on this liability?
100%, yes. And I would also, just while I'm here, and I love dogs. I'm sorry, I love dogs. I really do. Like a big fan. But I would also think about adding provisions for waivers for staff and students to sign. So if you're going to have an area where the dog's going to go into, if a parent is allowing their kid to, I just concerned about allergies, concerned about number of different things, but we've done that for other districts. It's just something to consider. But if the owner handler is going to be taking on and agreeing, then yes, there should be like a separate document where they take on and agree to accept that and agree to maintain the insurance and maintain the certifications that are necessary. So there are, I would suggest, some additional documents that would kind of go along with it.
And this, I just want to be clear that it's not necessarily a staff member of the school who would bring the policy. Say there was an outside agency who was going to bring a dog in there. We have a lot of programs at the school that are outside agencies, organizations coming in. They could also bring a dog if they go through all these steps, presumably, and sign the same thing.
so
We have student assistance counselors and they may be qualified or it would be a totally appropriate scenario for them to engage. They actually probably are the ones who bring Leo in.
To be honest with you, I mean, I'm not sure. I can think of one instance where we were talking about a police dog entering schools, and we did the whole waiver thing and the whole 9 yards on those as well. But I mean, if you're gonna, I just think if you're bringing in an animal as beautiful and cuddly as they might be, it's just, I think it's very smart to have a separate area. In other words, the dog's just not patrolling the hall. So if you have a kid that's like terrified of dogs, he's not gonna like run up again, you know what I mean? Like turn around the corner and there's
Yeah. And that's covered in the policy. It was one of our.
Oh, I saw that. I
Okay,
saw
all
that.
right.
Yep, no, absolutely. But I just would encourage at least thought or about that waiver. Because if God forbid something were to happen, or suppose the dog is just, I don't know, like having a really bad.
Excuse me, Michael, trained certified therapy dog.
Right, like
I think it
kind
should
of
be therapy
disregard
animal, 'cause
his or her or their
This is,
training.
this is
Yeah,
felinist. I had a therapy cat. Anyway, in all, I'm going like, I'm gone. We should adjourn the meeting because, but I agree with Michael with the waiver, but they also in this, they also agree to carry insurance. And
Put that into the particular agreement that the owner handler is signing. When the owner handler is agreeing to accept the liability, there can be a whole, I've done this before. Like I actually think I can probably pull one up relatively quickly. We'd have to tweak it.
Yep.
But where the owner handler agrees to accept the liability, agrees to maintain all vaccine, basically agrees to everything that's in the policy.
so I'm curious, maybe it should go back to policy and for legal to review if it hasn't already. I'm
I-
assuming you've already done that.
I haven't seen.
Oh, okay. I
I
thought,
So-
thought we.
Maybe if
okay.
Andrew,
Okay, so I guess my
Yeah, when it
follow-up,
started this summer. It first went to the trust and then the trust, I forwarded that on to Andrew. And then,
Got it.
it took some time to get here.
I did not work with Andrew on that. I did work with Aubrey on a couple of other ones, so
I guess so I have a follow-up question is we have another policy around bringing animals in.
Service animals, which is in order to be ADA compliant.
No, but don't we have something around, like for educational? for-
instructional animals,
for-
yeah. This will be a third animal policy.
Okay.
There are the service animal policy. There is one around bringing animals in for
Instruction.
instructional
Yeah.
purposes.
And so I'm just curious, maybe it goes back to policy and all three animal related policies can be looked at by Michael. And or whoever. Just the
Okay.
thought.
I bring up again the issue of allergies because removing the animal to a different area would not work for me. I had to leave a dinner because somebody had a hypoallergenic,
cat.
no, dog.
Jeez.
Yeah. I'll let you talk to my friend when she found me in her house, not able to breathe. So I'm just concerned about the allergies because
No, that
if
is a
it's-
concern because, I do agree with you, but it's different because the dog is not living in the school, right? Or the animal, whatever animal is not going to be living in the school. So it's a slightly different level of exposure. So the animal's not living in their
So
friend either. Okay.
I think we have great building administrators that can administrate this for their building. There may be areas inside the building. They may have an outside classroom that they can do this other times of the year. I mean, I don't want to get bogged down in the details when we have good administrators. But I do think a separate thing for them to sign is probably needed.
Noted. I noted on that and also changing certification requirements. I thought I heard a comment about applying it to all animals, not just dogs. Did you? You're being sarcastic. I'm sorry. Okay. I mean, I'm not entirely opposed to that. I mean, I think it does, broaden the possibilities. But we don't want to get ridiculous with what's allowed, right? So. We had issues with what now?
all the.
With other animals as like support animals?
It's been a growth.
I make a motion that we adjourn. Oh, we have one more?
We have one more update, one more update.
one more.
Okay, let's move on before we totally lose it here. My- I know let's blame it on daylight savings time. Okay, so that was the first read of the therapy dog policy. So school building committee update.
I can
Kate.
keep it together for this one. So, we had a school building committee business meeting on Thursday. We continue to look at the different, design development drafts for what's to come. Very exciting. I am working with our full project team, so including Left Field, Studio Jade, Gilbane, to come and present to the full body. Gilbane showed a really cool representation of what the property will look like. And it's kind of like it's a construction, animated form of what the property will look like when construction is ongoing. So it shows it shows the field being prepped and ready to go, and it shows traffic flows and things of that nature. And I think that is super helpful because it gives you a great visual of what this will look like over the course of the 2 years that construction is actually taking place. It's hard to understand and really settle in and be like, because nothing has happened, right? And so it's hard to visualize what this is going to look like as a construction zone and the impact on those around us. So there's just a lot of exciting updates and visuals, and each of the groups will be here to answer questions. So we could be prepared to ask them as technical questions as you'd like. So that is exciting. And I'm trying to think, we went in front of the town council last night to discuss, and this is more like logistics when it comes to who's going to do the contracted work. Is it going to be a union shop? Is it not? And that's on the towns. They kind of give the direction for Gilbane to sign any contracts around that. We had a lawyer who specializes in that topic present and give recommendations and things of that nature. So there's not too many new updates to give. We're going to ride to just kind of continue the discussion around the different phases and approvals moving forward. And but what will be exciting is to have the full project team come to us here as a body and do a full presentation with us. We will be one thing that we will be discussing at our next meeting is the makeup of the committee, because Brian Mahoney is my co-chair. He's there filling the category of our facilities and maintenance director. He's still such a valuable asset because he has such historical knowledge about our buildings and facilities and our technology, and he works very closely with Mr. Snow. So keeping him as maybe some sort of ad hoc resource, he really wants to stay contributing, but we will be needing to replace him with whoever replaces him as facilities maintenance director. My understanding is he will still sit there with us until that happens. But again, we're going to have that discussion at the school building committee table because it'll be that body's decision as how they want to proceed. So other than that, that's all I got. The next meeting is March 20th, 6 o'clock in the town hall chambers. We
Okay,
will be having some sort of, we will start to do more public outreach, like having an abutters meeting over the next few months, having a public forum once these designs get really, in depth. But again, these are all kind of discussions that are coming. Stuart, did you have?
Yeah, so we're spending a lot of time on just getting this thing off the ground. So now I'm sitting here in this building thinking of all the construction that's going on. What is that noise level going to be like? What?
That's a great, and I'm not being sarcastic, that's a great question for the project team because they do it all the time. So Left Field works, Left Field along with Studio Jade and Gilbane do this they're doing it all over the country really, but all over the state. And they have concrete examples of buildings that are even closer than we will be, because we'll be tight. And there will be changes in traffic flow that they can demonstrate, but they'll be able to talk to that in way more detail and with real specifics and, you know, with sound, like how they set it up. So there's like, you know, deflection of sound and what have you, but Chris Spiegel and Kate Turner from Left Field and Phil and I know Mark Moore from Gilbane and Tony, I can't remember Tony's name off the last name off the top of my head, but my goal is to get them all here and they can answer all those kind of technical questions. Anybody else? Talk as fast as I could.
Try as we might to exceed what the town council does for late meetings. I don't think we made it, so I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Good. In it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned at 10:33.